think people will be going to? And cracking down on this fraud. When I first originally posted the YouTube video, I just thought it was going to be a YouTube video. I post it. Next day, I didn't know who you were. I see your face pop up on X. And you say you're freezing over $185 million to childcare in Minnesota. What has this crackdown on fraud been like for you guys?
Taxpayers spend a lot of money on healthcare and welfare in America. They're very generous, and this department administers a lot of it, including Medicaid and child care.
What's up, everybody?
For ensuring there's integrity.
Nick Shirley back at it again.
The states would make sure that none of it was spent on fraud. Status quo is obviously not good enough. So we've been asserting all of our responsibilities and enforcing that states are really doing their jobs, and that's been escalated over the past few months, partly thanks to you.
And so I go ahead and post this video. I go to the daycares, I show the locations, and then you guys freeze the funding. What made you guys have enough sufficient evidence that fraud was happening to the point where you guys decided to freeze childcare?
So we're absolutely committed to.
Let's get to 1,000. Let's get to 1,000.
Recipients that actually.
Happy Wednesday.
Of the program and none of the fraud. What we did that week was we just asked for receipts. We said, states, when you're submitting us a bill, just give us a little proof. Give us some evidence that it's real and legitimate. And you might have seen last week, 5 states actually sued us and said, no, we don't want to answer your questions. We don't want to send receipts.
Happy Wednesday. Thanks for joining in. Thanks for joining in.
To freeze
trying to get to 1,000. 1,000 subscribers, if you don't mind. 1,000 subscribers.
We're going
Happy Wednesday.
While we appeal, but we're moving forward in other ways. We're going to be sure that no money goes to fraud.
So has a single daycare in Minnesota been able to prove that they are?
Oh yeah, I'm a Cubby. Cubby.
You guys froze.
We're not talking to.
I met Ernie Banks
directly. We are asking the state to submit proof, and we are still waiting for proof.
So to this point, so far, the state has not provided any proof of legitimacy for these daycares.
Not only that, they're generally refusing to answer questions. So for one example, on the Medicaid side, Dr. Oz sent Governor Walz a letter at the beginning of December saying, please just send us a corrective action plan for how you're going to change your policies and stop fraud on Medicaid. The state waited to the last day of December and submitted a comical 5-page joke of the corrective action plan. And we wrote back and said, that's obviously not good enough. We need a real corrective action plan. They then asked for a hearing, which of course they'll get their hearing. They're really dragging their feet on reform on Medicaid. On childcare, it's broadly similar. In fact, the Biden HHS, believe it or not, put in regulations making it harder for states to enforce.
Like and subscribe. Let's get to 1,000, everybody. Let's get to 1,000.
Childcare, we're repealing those regulations and demanding hard evidence from states on childcare.
It's kind of strange that the governor, for instance, Tim Walz, and his government, essentially inside Minnesota, they will not even comply with the federal government when you guys are simply just asking, we just want to know where these funds are going. They couldn't come up with a single plan or anything for you guys.
That's right. They really seem to not really want us to ask questions. So I was in Minneapolis last week.
Like and subscribe. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Of course, they said all the right things. They said they care about fraud. Then I met with some whistleblowers, some legislators, some auditors, some former employees. The message I got there was very different. It was the instructions in the state government are not to ask questions, not to really do site visits, especially not surprise site visits. The state literally decided not to go knock on these doors. Luckily, you did.
Yeah, because when I did my videos, I did not know what to expect. I had David the man with me in that video. He said, Nick,
like and subscribe, everybody. Let's get to 1,000 subscribers, everybody. Let's get to 1,000. Like and subscribe. Thanks for joining in.
To see what was happening. For instance, there was one called Nico Childcare. They had received over $1 million. And so I went and tried to open the door to go talk to whoever was in the reception. It was closed. Windows were blacked out. Doorbell didn't work. And above me, it said open 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. They obviously weren't a legitimate business. And so it's been interesting to see the backlash from people and now to see that Tim Walz and his government will not even comply with the federal government.
We're going to insist. We are doing investigations. We are doing prosecutions. We are ramping up the pressure. We are exploring every bit of legal authority that we have to ensure that there's no fraud in Minnesota and other states. In some cases, we have to give the state notice, and then we can crack down. We're doing that. We're giving the notice. We're sending the proper letters. We have more reforms that we'll be announcing in the next week. But it's really our responsibility as stewards of taxpayer money to do the work that the state is refusing to do.
How come it had gotten to the
like and subscribe, everybody. Let's get to 1,000. Let's get to 1,000. Like and subscribe, everybody.
My understanding is you guys give the money to the state and then they then spend the money.
What's up, Ashawn? How you doing?
Distribute the money. How come there wasn't much oversight in a place like Minnesota?
So,
what up, bro? What's up, man? Thanks for joining the chat, man. Thank you.
State officials are elected or appointed by their own taxpayers. A lot of these programs are state programs. States are supposed to be in charge of that. And the federal government is supposed to have a little bit of program integrity, but it's really been considered a state responsibility. And really, that's kind of the way the American system has worked. Like, one of the strengths of our social capital in America is high trust, transparency, open books, data available to the public, processes that everyone can see and follow, rules that are clear to everyone. That's broken down from time to time in American history. We've had like political machines in big cities, often involving like an unassimilated immigrant group that gets kind of co-opted by a political party or a faction of a political party and ends up with a whole complicated but stable
like and subscribe, everybody. Like and subscribe.
Public money being steered into fraud and voting blocks like cooperating with the fraud and voting for certain politicians. And it really looks like we have exactly that situation in Minnesota. And it's been obviously going on for a few years.
It's been going on for a long time. I had originally went to Minnesota in June to make a video about the demographic shift within the Somali population, how Christian churches were turning into mosques. And people started telling me about the fraud. I even had people set up for me to interview. And when it came down to the interview, they all backed out because they were too afraid to talk about the fraud. And so when 89% of the fraud that has been charged and been found guilty in Minnesota have been by Somalians, the Minnesotans were afraid to speak out against the fraud. And I think that's kind of why it was able to happen for so long, because we saw what happened. Tim Walty started calling me a white supremacist on live TV for talking about the fraud. But at the end of the day, do you think that the politicians were able to then use, for instance, the Somalians in this case, to then create all the fraud and to be scared to call it out for what it is?
Thank you, guys. Get to 100 subscribers, you guys. Let's get to me 100. Come on. Why not? Like and subscribe, everybody. Thank you, Fashawn.
Their whole way of life would crumble.
The Chicago Conservative. Thank you.
So
check his channel out as well.
It's not
the
just
Chicago Conservative. Check his channel out.
Have a lot of kids in their so-called daycare. It's also how angry and hostile.
Like and subscribe, everybody. Thank you.
They really did not, want to answer any questions.
And do you feel like the federal government had taken fraud serious to the point before I uploaded that video? Or do you think, how come you think from my video there's such a big ripple effect across the nation?
Appreciate you guys joining the chat. Thank you guys for joining the chat. Appreciate it. Like and subscribe.
Medicaid side.
Let me get to 1,000 subscribers. Appreciate it.
You definitely.
Name's Deontay. Enjoy.
Minnesota was a particularly bad area on child care as well as Medicaid. So you made a big difference.
So essentially you guys give that fund to the states and then you just have trust in the states that they're going to distribute that money.
Well, the classic model that the U.S. government's operated on in general is like pay and chase. Like when the state asks for money, you just send it and maybe investigate later if there's accusations. But it's hard to claw money back. The minute we send it to Minnesota, Minnesota sends it to these largely fake grantees. It's probably overseas within a few days. That's going to be impossible.
States are suing you guys. You have states. Right. Is it California, New York, Illinois, Minnesota, and Colorado?
That's right.
Are all suing you guys.
Yeah, all 5 of those states sued us.
Like and subscribe.
All we were asking
like and subscribe, everybody. Why not?
Evidence. We were still sending out the money after they sent the evidence, but all we did was say, send us evidence, then we'll send you the money. Instead of sending the evidence, either they didn't have it or they didn't want to share it or it was fake or whatever. They sued us instead. They sued us basically to say, don't even ask questions. it's none of your business. Just give us the money. And that's what one judge in New York agreed with them on. Of course, we're fighting back in court and pursuing all of our other authorities to ensure that no money goes to fraud in the first place.
So it's obvious that these states have been enabling fraud. They freak out when you guys tell them.
Well, that's how it looks. That's how it looks.
I'll say allegedly. It's
Okay.
allegedly proof that allegedly they're committing lots of fraud inside of these states.
Yeah.
And they get very upset with you guys for just asking for proof of legitimacy when it comes down to showing that the money is being spent well. How can people inside of these states have trust that when they pay their taxes to the state and federal government, how can they have trust that their tax dollars are going to go to benefiting the United States?
Yeah, so for their federal taxes, they can count on us to do everything we can to not ship money out the door if it's going to fraud, to ensure that it's going to the people that the
How you doing, First Avenger? How you been?
Which is a lot of working families that struggle to afford health care without Medicaid and struggle to afford child care without federal support. That's what Congress designed the programs for. That's who we're going to ensure the money goes to. But they also need to hold
Thank
their
you, thank
state
you.
officials
Let's get to
accountable
1,000. Thank you,
for
thank
their
you.
role in this. We're
1,000
doing
subscribers,
everything we can
guys. Thank you.
federally, this across this department, as well as obviously other departments, to
Yeah, the learning disability, Leary
ensure that every
disability.
single taxpayer dollar
Thank you,
at the
Mark.
federal level is spent the way it's intended to.
Do you think people will be going to prison for the fraud that's been committed in these states?
I think so. Yeah.
How long do you think it will take to see somebody go to prison?
Prosecutions often take a long time, and that's not very expertise.
How you doing, John? Thanks for
But I
joining the
would just
chat. How you
say-
doing?
Prosecutions are great, but we're also that's about fraud in the past. We're also totally committed to preventing fraud in the future.
Chicago conservative.
What
Some
have you
people
guys
think
seen
Nick
so
Shirley
far
is a
from the
fraud.
state of
All he
Minnesota
doing is
where
exposing the fraud by
politician
asking
could be
questions
in prison?
and showing up to places that's empty.
So I was in Minnesota last Wednesday. I met with all of these officials. Some of them are new, some of them are old,
Thank you, thank you. Let's get to 1,000. Thank
if
you,
any of them
appreciate it.
have committed actual
Name is
crimes,
Deontay. To everybody that's
as
new in the
opposed to
chat,
mere
name is
competence,
Deontay.
Then,
Live in Illinois, live
our
in
Inspector General
Chicago.
office
Now I'm in
is looking into
Rockford.
that, as well as on the provider side.
Sharing, I'm
Some of
saying,
the state,
the
former state
truth.
officials we met with,
Expose what's
Minnesota
out there.
said site visits are not even a regular part
Thank
of
you, thank
fighting
you,
fraud.
thank you.
They just trust. So we went to a site. It's an old cannery, supposedly on paper, housed more than 300 Medicaid providers during the Walz administration in this one building. So we drove up, we got out of the car, we were standing on the sidewalk looking around. We got a lot, there were no kids around, by the way. We got a lot of hostility from the people that were kind of lurking alongside the building. One particular person saw us, assumed we were feds, which we were, started honking angrily, gave us the finger, and then as we drove away, this woman followed us for like 10 minutes, like observing us, checking us out, seeing what we were doing.
Appreciate you
Really
guys.
like
Thank
we were
you.
being
Enjoy.
driven.
Nick Shirley at it.
There were no weapons branded, but really it was like we were being driven away from this site because we were going to ask questions. And that's why states need to do site visits. They need to go to these places, make sure they're real, and not just trust or turn a blind eye.
Yeah, because what I did, I kind of caught them red-handed because I just showed up to the location.
That's right.
On a normal weekday.
Yes.
And there was nobody inside any of the buildings. I found a building with over 14 Medicare providers. And what would be the point? You found one with 300 in the past.
Yeah.
What would be the point of a building having 14 of essentially the same Medicare providers or healthcare providers?
Well,
let's do it, people. 45 people in the chat, 45 subs. Let's get it. Let's get it, people. Let's get to 1,000.
have
Why
a
not?
building that has multiple providers in it.
Appreciate it.
The
Thank
size
you,
of the building has
guys.
to be big enough to hold, all those things. Obviously, what we both found, especially you, was it doesn't even make logical sense that many providers would be in a building of that size. Plus the hostility. If you read something on paper, wow, it seems a little odd that many companies would be in one building. Well, just go visit. Go find them. So, which is what you did. Yeah.
So is the state doing these visits?
No, usually not.
So they're just cutting the check.
Even as a matter of policy, the former officials told me, we don't really do site visits, especially not surprise site visits. So, yeah, they were just cutting the check.
these checks aren't just $1 million. They're $10 million, millions of dollars. How deep do you think the fraud is in a state like Minnesota?
Every week that goes by, it looks deeper and bigger, and like a bigger part of the Minnesota budget, a bigger part of the Minnesota economy, frankly. Who knows how deep it'll go? I think we've just seen the tip of the iceberg so far.
And going back to the point of the states suing you guys,
yeah,
what plan are they implementing on their own to not let fraud happen?
Well, they're all paying lip service to fighting fraud, but they're also minimizing, especially those 5 states, they're minimizing how bad it probably is. And the fact that they don't want to show receipts or evidence or invoices suggests that they're hiding something. Otherwise, why would they sue? That's how I take the fact that they sued.
It seems like they've just been enabling the fraud to happen for years and years. And
right, it seems like.
I mean, they've attacked. They're using children and they're using immigrants as like political pawns to receive these millions of dollars. They're having adult daycares. They're even using autistic children to receive funding.
Adult daycares? Really?
They're using adult daycares and assisted livings, healthcare, and all these immigrants that a lot of them are naturalized citizens of the United States. They're using them to go out and get the money. And then literally there's not a need for 10 daycares within a mile radius. But if you drive around Minneapolis, it's very likely you're going to find these daycares popping up anywhere. And so when it comes down to like actually cracking down on the fraud, for instance, Quality Learning Center, they had 90 violations.
Damn.
And they were continuing to receive, I believe it was $1.9 million. Do you think by simply asking for proof of legitimacy in the future, which these states are now suing you guys for asking for, do you think that will help stop the fraud?
So you notice a lot of this fraud seems to be in areas that don't involve a license. So like daycare, there's no license to revoke or even inspect.
Like and subscribe, like and subscribe, like and subscribe.
Emergency transportation
Let's get to
services.
1,000.
There seems to be a lot of fraud in that. That also doesn't involve a specific medical license. I think that is an area that people that want to do fraud tend to go into these sort of higher risk welfare and Medicaid areas. And that's also where we're focused on cracking down. So the reforms we have done on Medicaid in Minnesota, we're literally imposing a penalty of hundreds of millions of dollars a quarter on their Medicaid because that's how much fraud there is.
And real quick break from the interview to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, Opus Clip. What used to just be
didn't even really exist, right? Real children wouldn't go into buildings like this. Fake children that only exist on paper can go anywhere. And so that would be a concern about a new program in New York as well.
Yeah, because it makes me question. And then I actually questioned them. And then they came back to me on a post on X saying, like, they literally questioned me for asking the question about, oh, shouldn't we be concerned that all this fraud just happened in Minnesota? And now you guys are talking about childcare. And the Governor Hochul,
you're right, Matt, on that.
Came back at me and tweeted at me for questioning and being concerned about millions of dollars and billions of dollars actually for childcare inside of New York City.
That's why people are like, I don't believe in healthcare. I don't believe in the government. I don't vote. I'm like, you got to vote. You got to believe in votes. Our vote matters. Because bullshit like this shouldn't be happening. I'm glad Trump won. If Trump didn't win, Tampon Tim, ain't no telling what's been going on in Minnesota.
City for inside of New York, for instance.
It's always interesting when people don't want you to ask questions. What are they hiding? What are they afraid of? What are they hiding that they know about? What are they hiding that they suspect and don't want to know about? That's always a fair response when people ask you to, turn off the camera, stop asking questions, go somewhere else.
A lot of people have wondered.
Let's get it, everybody. If you don't mind, like and subscribe. Like and subscribe.
How easy was it to open up a daycare before people knew about the fraud?
It should be hard, frankly. Daycares are entrusted with children.
How you doing, Pamela? How you doing, Pamela? Thanks for joining the chat. Thanks for joining the chat.
It should require a lot of organization and talent and honesty and like transparent contracts and qualified people. It should be hard.
And how hard would it be for someone to open up a daycare in a place like Minnesota?
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Very, very easy. Because we've seen.
Let's get to 1,000 people, if you don't mind. Let's get to 1,000 subscribers.
There's obviously
subscribers.
Not a lot of diligence going into vetting whether they're real or whether they're good. If there's no way to prove that they're real, how can we prove that they're good?
One of these
Thank
daycares
you.
had been closed down, and then they got
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
reopened the next day underneath a new name. Right. That's something that site visits would probably catch. And if you're just trusting paperwork without verifying, then that kind of fraud is easy to do.
Yeah, because it really is unbelievable to think that somebody can receive millions of dollars and then there's absolutely no oversight. There's no surprise visits. Some of these daycares had BMWs outside.
God bless America. God bless everybody.
And
God bless everybody.
On luxurious vacations, honeymoons, and yet if you question it, you're the bad person. You're the villain.
That's right. If the state required attendance records for these daycares, it might be easy to see if the kids are real. And in fact, the Biden administration limited their ability to ask for attendance records more than once a year. That's a really bad policy that we're getting rid of. Attendance records are some kind of evidence that the kids are real and that they're actually coming and they're only going to this daycare and not sort of being spread around among 10 different daycares in order to get 10 times the money from the taxpayers.
You bring up the Biden administration. Was it easy to commit fraud underneath them?
Yes, it was. It does not seem to have been a focus, and a lot of
the
regulations they put in place were really making it harder for states to fight fraud. What were they doing?
I'm not sure on my hat.
To enable fraud to happen?
They were limiting the ability of states for both child care and Medicaid to demand records from providers. So even states that wanted to fight fraud, which some do, had a harder time because of the Biden HHS rules.
Why would an administration do that to people who are paying taxes? Why would they make it easy for somebody to commit fraud? Like, why was the person before you accepting those sort of policies?
Well, in some cases, imposing these policies, actually creating these regulations, going through the Administrative Procedures Act to make them part of the law. I couldn't speculate on her motives, but it makes no sense to me.
And are you guys looking into the people before you guys who enabled this to happen? Like, do you feel like now, like Trump's been in office for a year? Have you been here for a year now?
I started in June.
Yeah. Do you feel like now you're kind of having to go back on the work of what other people did in the past to try and de-web or get rid of all the knots that they created?
Yeah, in general,
you see it, right? How his career started. Straight jumped out.
Make sure government is not standing in the way of innovation or transparency. And sometimes that means undoing stuff that the previous administration did.
I know you got some smart individuals here that know a lot about the fraud, and people are so interested in the fraud because it is so deep and so large. So
not yet. I'm gonna check it out. I haven't seen it yet.
Explain more about the fraud happening.
Let's do it.
Thanks for coming on. We won't disclose your name because it turns out talking about fraud is very dangerous. I've learned firsthand.
Fraud is bad.
A lot of fraud happening specifically with Medicaid and what happened with Biden, what they were doing. In what ways was the Biden administration failing to combat fraud? Or what ways were they enabling it to happen?
I think you're exactly right when you're talking about enabling versus simply being incompetent with going after fraud. What we saw here when we came in during the turn of administrations is that the Biden administration had taken active steps over their 4 years in office to enable fraud.
LA always been in hell.
Program. Things as egregious as putting forth regulations and finalizing them.
Keep voting for the same shit.
Of states to verify eligibility more than once a year.
Let's get it, everybody. Like and subscribe. Let's get to 1,000. Why not?
Saving over
50 people in the chat, 50 subscribers, please. Why not?
The administration undertook, and knowingly, in terms of what the consequences would be, major actions to limit states' abilities to cut back on waste, fraud, and abuse in the program. It is unconscionable, some of the policies that they were pursuing. And as soon as the Trump administration came into office, we saw a pattern of policies that were pursued across the child care programs, across the Medicaid program, that expanded opportunity for fraudsters to take advantage of the Medicaid program, taking money directly from vulnerable Americans who were supposed to be receiving these benefits.
I'm pretty sure ICE and other cities doing their job, but Minnesota's definitely the spotlight of all the bullshit. That's crazy. And then the other thing about it is, what is it? 2 Americans that had died since ICE been doing their job. Only 2 Americans died. No immigrants. That's crazy. Stay at home, Karen.
Benefits and taking that money for themselves.
So what ways were they enabling the fraud?
So limiting the ability of states to verify eligibility, completely disregarding signals of fraud, such as significant increases in certain spending categories, and also encouraging states to undertake expansions of the Medicaid program in the service categories.
No problem. Thank you. She never sleeps. Thanks for joining in. No problem.
Program or things that most Americans would not label as critical services for the most vulnerable.
Yeah, ICE doing their job. People need to stay at home or protest feet away. Don't be involved in making noises and shit.
The highest rates of fraud, the things
I stand with ICE.
On the streets, such as non-emergency medical transport, autism services, where people with a high school education are being reimbursed.
Let's get to 1,000, everybody. Let's get there.
Providers. These are the service categories where we've seen drastic increases of spending over the last couple of years.
She never sleeps, no problem. I'll be here probably another 2 more hours, probably.
Believe the Medicaid program
no rush.
Is supposed to be focused
I'm here.
on. And so when we're talking about
Medicaid
here. Fraud, a lot of it is in services that most Americans probably wouldn't even expect that their taxpayer dollars are funding.
Yeah, for instance, with welfare, a piece of that nobody really thought about was the non-emergency medical transportation companies. In Medicaid, what are some of the fraud that some people would not even think about?
For instance, one thing we've seen in states such as New York are family members of beneficiaries being able to enroll as home health care aides and get paid for services that they're providing. And generally, the bar that we're seeing at which a beneficiary becomes eligible to have a family member be reimbursed for services they're providing is very low. Traditionally, these type of home health care services are reserved for people where multiple activities of daily living are things that they're unable to fulfill. They're unable to bathe themselves. They're unable to feed themselves. Now we're seeing people be able to qualify for home health care services where they may say, I may not be able to perform my own financial services for myself. And they're able to qualify, and in many cases, a family member could fulfill that service for them. It provides, extensive opportunity for people to gain access to services, and sometimes enriching their own family during the same time. That's one egregious example. We've seen significant increases in New York in that service category. It's led to the fastest growing career field in New York over the past couple of years.
I believe so. I gotta check in. I gotta check into that. I believe so.
That's great. Should the taxpayers pay you to do that?
Chicago Conservative, are you in the chat? He might know. He lives in Chicago now. He should know.
Grandparents.
Chicago Conservative.
As pawns to collect money from the government.
Yes, and you'll see. I was in New York last weekend. There will be advertisements on the subway telling people about this. You can also go online, sites like Reddit. Oftentimes people will provide extremely detailed guides of how to begin to defraud these programs. And I think that's something you see in Minnesota as well. There are many resources that people offer online where they walk people through step by step how to defraud the government. And the really surprising thing is before this administration came in, not only were people not actively pursuing these type of fraud operations where fraud was proliferating, but actually taking steps to make it harder for individual states and the federal government to intervene and stop the flow of money. So they would tell states, you don't have to provide us certain information. And the federal government then had no visibility into what was occurring in these states. They would, specifically.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's truly absurd when you look at the pattern of allowing fraud to occur. And a lot of people have been calling this out for years, but only now are people really taking it seriously.
I'm 43.
To highlight that,
so I kind of understand you coming from.
Began with the Department of Government Efficiency.
This shit's crazy.
Began towards the start of this administration. We still have several individuals who hold, expertise in technology, in data, and I think bringing that into the fraud fighting effort and combining, policy changes with advanced capabilities when it comes to leveraging data has really supercharged our fraud fighting efforts, and the Deputy Secretary has been leading a lot of that work.
Actually, let me say, we are hiring. We are hiring data scientists. We are hiring AI experts. We are hiring software engineers. We are hiring tech people to make healthcare better, to make research better, definitely to fight fraud. And so we want more of those people.
And one thing to talk about in particular on the data side.
Okay, cool then. Bet,
we
yeah.
do not have the data we need at the current moment.
Okay, then.
On the beneficiary side. If you ask me right now who is enrolled in Medicaid in Minnesota, I cannot answer that question. I could tell you probably 3 months ago an approximation of all the individuals who are on Medicaid, but we do not have real-time information for who's enrolled in Medicaid. Additionally, on the provider side, we do not have a list of every Medicaid provider in the state of Minnesota. The state holds that information, and the state, as of now, has not turned over that information to us when we requested it. That makes it exceptionally difficult for us at a federal level to use all the resources that we have in order to fight fraud.
There should be a list of bad providers, suspicious providers, providers that have been disqualified from other programs, so that we can stop sending them money.
Yeah, because it's almost unbelievable to think how inefficient or how the government, especially the state governments, were making it so people like you could actually do your job to ensure that people's taxes are going towards something that's going to benefit an American citizen, not potentially be used for fraud, because it's been proven that 3 to 7% of all tax dollars go towards fraud. Elon Musk, he came in, showed what could happen when you expose fraud. And he also showed the side effects of what happens when you do expose fraud. They came after him, his businesses, and I've seen it firsthand too, as far as people being upset at me for exposing fraud. When at the end of the day, fraud is fraud, and then now you're seeing it kind of become a left and right issue.
That's me and Ron right there.
Would you say it's fair to say that the majority of this fraud does happen inside Democrat-ran states?
There is fraud in all states. Every state has issues when it comes to healthcare fraud. Some states are willing to work with us more as it pertains to fraud. For instance, under the last administration, under Governor Youngkin, the state of Virginia expressed to us an openness to complying with additional payment verifications, ensuring that every dollar is going to a legitimate service. However,
somewhere that's when I was kind of like some of the Democrat, but that's when I had to work at Austin High School. I used to work at Austin High School as head of security for about maybe 5.5 years, and I stepped down because of the COVID bullshit and taking a shot. But I was head of security at Austin High School for about 5.5 years, and yeah, I got a chance to do the Austin Walk and Run marathon right there on Cicero and what's that? And Chicago Avenue. That was like years ago.
In states such as Minnesota, we are requesting corrective action plans. We are asking them to provide us with information, and oftentimes states will feign a willingness
like and subscribe.
And we don't get the information.
Like and subscribe, everybody.
Right. Fighting fraud is not a partisan issue. Democratic taxpayers don't want to be funding fraud any more than Republican taxpayers.
Nope. I voted for Obama the first time. The second time I didn't vote for Obama.
Some political operations and some political machines. And that seems to be really hard to shut down. But luckily...
Yeah, the COVID shutdown really woke me up.
I'll show you guys something. So on the state of Minnesota website, you can go in and see, for instance, where some of the money has gone. And for some of these NGOs, I looked at it, and some of the most expensive ones that have received the most money since 2001 to 2025, over $724 million has been paid. And on some of these other records, it shows the name of the person. However, on these ones, when it says who the payees, it says mass to protect, not public data. Meanwhile, $85 million, $122 million, in total is $724 million over the course of a few years. Do you think it's fair to think that?
Oh man, that's a long time ago.
Like they won't disclose the name of the NGO who's receiving that money. And why do this is also another question I have. Why do non-government organizations?
Let's get 41 subscribers. Let's get 40 subscribers. Let's get it, everybody. Thank you. Let's get it.
Government-funded organizations. I think they should be called something else, like government-funded organizations.
Yeah, 2012, man.
One other thing to make clear here is on a public website, this information is not available, and the public deserves this. They're the taxpayers. They should have this information in front of them. However, we're sitting in the secretary's office. We have the responsibility to oversee these programs.
Yeah, I became a head of security at Austin High School around 2015.
That provider right there, we would have to ask the state for that information, even though we're the ones that are
Oh yeah,
writing.
yep. Nick bring the
checks that fund
receipts. Yes, he
majority of
does.
the Medicaid program. In many cases, almost all of the Medicaid program among certain populations, we do not have access to that information. When we ask for that information, oftentimes states refuse to provide it to us.
That just shows that either they're
Damn, I
committing
look
fraud
back
or
at him. I
something
don't blame you.
And when the NGO, literally a non-government organization, is receiving hundreds of millions of dollars, I think people deserve to know where that money goes. And so when me and David went and did this video on the fraud, we had the CCAP funding. The way that we got those numbers was because somebody from inside the Capitol finally gave David those numbers after literally months and years of asking for it. And so people were surprised to see that. It was funny because the people inside Minnesota called me everything but a liar because the numbers were true about the CCAP funding that was taking place. But what I'm getting to is Americans, we all work so hard, and most people are paying anywhere from 30 to 50% of their tax dollars or of their dollars back in the hands of the government, and then the government can't show us that transparency. It seems like you guys are doing your part, especially right now. But it seems like the states in these places like Minnesota.
What's up, Bruce?
Literally.
Thanks for joining the chat, Bruce. Just chilling.
Yeah.
Showing Nick Shirley, man, what he got going on in Minnesota. He back at it again.
Maybe the world doesn't need to know all your business. But if you are demanding taxpayer money, then you have a responsibility to be pretty transparent about who you are.
That's Nick Shirley, Bruce. That's the one that exposed the fraud in Minnesota. When it comes to the daycares and the transportation system.
Comes to taxpayers deserving to know where this money is going, I believe Minnesotans and American taxpayers would be shocked at the sheer scale of a lot of the spending that we're talking about. We talk often about the 14 high-risk categories that were identified by the state of Minnesota as being at the highest risk of fraud. Most of these are not the core Medicaid services that you would think a large amount of Medicaid money goes towards. These are things like non-emergency medical transport.
The last few videos I've seen, he has some security around him.
Previously included the housing stabilization.
He's pretty sure you're gonna need some more.
These are not your typical emergency room, inpatient hospital services. Just of those 14 services that are at incredibly high risk of fraud, it amounted in last year to $515 million a quarter only in federal spending. That does not include the additional state.
How you doing, Rosie? Thanks for joining in.
On top of that, we were talking about billions.
Like and subscribe. Name is Deontay.
Flowing to the highest risk categories for fraud.
Let's get to 1,000.
And these are not the services that if I gave you the pen and said, write out what you think Medicaid should cover, these would not be the services that you would identify. And so I think people would be shocked when we start talking about the numbers as it pertains to healthcare and Medicaid fraud. We're talking about billions with a B. And I believe it is far more than people would anticipate it as.
Housing stabilization.
How you doing, Robo?
Probably sounds like a stretch for Medicaid, right? We did work with Minnesota and shut that down in October. But that's just one of these high-risk areas, and there's a lot more work to do.
That is a lot of money, billions of dollars. It just seems like how do Americans gain trust inside of the government? Like what active steps are being taken for people to be able to feel that trust?
I think the thing at this point that people trust is transparency, open books, public records that they can look at, names of organizations, names of providers, very clear public accounting of where the money goes. And they're not going to trust any particular individual or official to say, trust me. They're going to want to see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because at this point, people are kind of losing it. They're like, well, who do we trust? There's fraud on Democrats, there's fraud on Republicans. What's going on? And I want to move on to the topic of like NGOs and nonprofits here inside the United States. What's the purpose of an NGO?
Well, the stated purpose of a lot of nonprofit organizations varies.
Amazing.
Some claim to work in foreign policy. Some claim to provide services. As you pointed out, NGO is not really a very accurate name if they're getting any kind of government funding.
How do they justify being a non-government organization? Meanwhile, they receive money from the government.
Well, it's a misleading name that they use, and we shouldn't use it.
Do you think the name NGO will ever be abolished?
Well, if people stop using it, it'll fade.
If I want to start an NGO called Nick Shirley's Profits for...
Right, lock these people up, man.
For me to get funding.
All this talk about it, locking them up.
Well, I think if you're that honest, then it would be hard to get taxpayer money unless there was a program that was actually aiming for that.
Like, do you think if I were to do that, I'd probably have to grab immigrant and then use
Warrior
them to
88,
be
thanks
like
for
the
joining the
face of it,
chat.
or
Like
the
and
entire
subscribe. Thanks for
people in
joining
Minnesota have.
in. Your name is
Yeah, that might
Deontay.
work
Thanks for
in
joining
certain
in.
states.
It's pretty crazy that the fact that
Trying to get to 1,000
going
subscribers.
inside some of these buildings, I use the word Eritrean because I remember going inside of one of these buildings. There's Eritrean, like
Why not?
building or something like that, something along the words of like Eritrean community, something. But if you drive around Minnesota, you just see all these weird businesses, and it's like, what is this? It's like help for African communities, or they're just using people's kindness to receive money. They're preying on the most vulnerable, whether it be autistic children, migrants, or people just on welfare. Does the topic of immigrants being on
Bruce.
welfare apply to what you guys do?
Sure, yeah.
So how come in Minnesota 81% of Somalians are on welfare? How can we give welfare to
80%.
people who aren't citizens of the United States?
A lot of states have varying policies on providing welfare to legal immigrants and the illegal immigrants. That's partly a matter of state policies differing, but there's also a matter of, in practice, giving money to people that are not eligible even by the varying state policies.
And some of the work done by the Republican-led Congress earlier last year in the Working Families Tax Cut Act took action to ensure that benefits, particularly in the Medicaid program, are reserved for the most vulnerable Americans. And so in Minnesota, one category that allows a lot of Somali-born individuals to receive Medicaid is the refugee population. The Working Families Tax Cut Act removed being a refugee as a category that would allow you to draw down Medicaid benefits. The refugee status is one category that has allowed people that most Americans would say should not have received Medicaid to receive Medicaid. For instance, the Afghan national who shot 2 National Guardsmen last year in Washington, D.C., received Medicaid benefits because he was a refugee. And so the Republican Congress, working with the administration, took action to ensure those categories of immigrants beginning next October do not have eligibility for these benefits. Additionally, on top of people who used to qualify for Medicaid legally, we also, since the beginning of this administration, have identified millions of illegal aliens who receive Medicaid. This is through multiple
Sling back here. That's a good one.
Where states did not accurately verify their immigration status prior to enrolling them. Additionally, and this includes Minnesota, a number of states operate programs where they use state-only funding to provide full Medicaid benefits to illegal aliens. And Minnesota was one of those states. California is another one. However, we conducted audits of all of these states and found that these states improperly either intermixed funds or drew down federal funds improperly to use federal taxpayer money to fund full Medicaid benefits for illegals. And we have recently penalized the state of Minnesota.
Like alfalfa. Oh, man.
Previously been penalized by over $1 billion.
The little rascals.
For using federal taxpayer money to provide benefits for illegal aliens. This is particularly a concern of the administration.
You put Laura in his head. Oh, man. That's a law. That's a big white
money or using a mix of state and federal money.
Big thing of grease.
Illegal alien to provide an incentive for additional illegal immigration.
So to get that correct, in a place like California and Minnesota, illegal migrants were getting Medicaid for completely free.
Yes, Minnesota and a number of other states openly and actively solicited adult illegal aliens to gain access to their
If you guys are being in the chat, thanks for being in the chat. Appreciate it.
They improperly drew down federal money to subsidize these programs.
American taxpayers are very generous. They can't afford to buy health care for everyone on earth. And it's a bad incentive to say...
Right, in the 20s, man, right.
If you just cross this border, you get free health care.
People legit go bankrupt trying to pay off their medical bills. Meanwhile, illegals are coming here and they're getting it for free. Like, that's the biggest slap in the face to any law-abiding, tax-paying citizen, is for an illegal immigrant to come over the border and then receive free healthcare, free Medicare, and a lot of them then go on other welfare programs like food stamps and all the above. Meanwhile, it just feels like sometimes Americans
right.
just getting
surprised I got to do rag with
using these people, whether it's for votes or whether they're looking for them to be votes in the future. It just does not feel right for the average American who's going to work waking up at 6 a.m. to provide for his family.
Nations have a right to set their immigration policies and set their welfare policies and set their healthcare policies. American taxpayers have been very generous at providing a lot of services for a lot of vulnerable populations. But those are the populations that should get the money.
How much longer do you think it will take for us to get to the very bottom of the fraud? Like, is it possible to get to the bottom of the fraud here in the United States?
Well, the most urgent thing that we're
Good
doing
one, Bruce.
is
Good one.
we're not letting them dig any deeper. We're cutting off the flow of money for fraud.
Cut it
and
off.
Sending out money only when we're sure it's going to the actual vulnerable populations. As far as investigations, what's happened in the past, we're pursuing that through our Office of Inspector General. We're pursuing that through our General Counsel. Other departments are pursuing that as well. We hope state governments will also track down and hold accountable everyone who's been involved in fraud.
Can you believe people will be put to prison?
Right, Virgil. Yep.
That
Like and
seems
subscribe.
very-
Thanks for joining the
That takes
chat.
a long time, though.
Like and subscribe.
How long?
Well, prosecutions involve court appearances, investigations, trials. That sometimes takes years.
I'm just thinking about how long it's going to take for. I feel like if one of the big politicians in the U.S.
Yeah, the
goes down for
libtards
fraud,
is
I
something
feel
else,
like
man.
people are going to restore their faith that the government is not hiding from anything.
Watch a 10-second video and that's it,
Governor
and go
Walz
with it.
dropped out of the race for
Instead of
re-election.
doing more
That
research, ask questions.
looks like a little bit of accountability, and I'm sure there will be more.
What do you guys think about that when he dropped out of re-election?
Well, given the circumstances around that particular week, it looked like
Nothing that shit, though.
realized
I hear that.
running on a record of fraud was not likely to win with Minnesota voters.
Will he be able to run away from the fraud?
Well, in a sense, it's already interrupted his career.
Another thing that I thought is interesting is with all these daycares in Minnesota, you never saw a single Minnesotan come out and say, crap, I can't put my kid in daycare today because of you guys freezing the funding.
You were doing the right thing, which is asking questions and going to places in person and showing the world what you're asking, what people are saying, and I'm really grateful to you for doing that.
Thank you,
If I
Nick.
was a mother and if I was a daycare owner and I need to provide food for
Nick for the win.
my kids at the daycare, I'd spend that payment pretty quick. Now I brought someone else on. You know a lot about Medicare. How hard is it for someone to receive Medicare here?
So to receive Medicare, there's a lot of levers that we have as federal government. So we do a pretty good job of.
Oh, okay,
limiting
Bruce. Man, Tennessee. That's what's
fraudulent
up.
Medicare going to beneficiaries. But as a provider, there's actually a lot that I would say the last administration failed to do. And there's one funny story of one of the individuals at CMS who was actually able to enroll their dog successfully as a Medicare provider.
What?
Really, so it was literally that easy to the point where someone could enroll their dog to receive money from the government.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I think clearly it's not a secret to criminals who are trying to defraud the U.S. government that it's pretty easy to do so. There are billions of dollars of fraud that go out to criminal organizations. Really, I would say there's different places where foreign adversaries have specialized in committing different types of Medicare fraud. So it's a pretty common thing.
So if a dog can enroll to receive Medicare,
Not to receive Medicare, to be a Medicare provider.
oh, so even worse. So if a dog can
So it's even worse.
become a Medicare provider, how hard would it be for an illegal migrant to and receive money from the government?
That's a great question. I think
Our CMS team is making it a lot harder for Medicare and Medicaid to commit fraud, but it used to be really easy.
Yeah, because that's pretty crazy. A freaking dog was able to receive money from the government. That sounds like something I would have done for like a Catch Me If You Can kind of like remake movie.
when we took office, HHS and CMS, there were a number of things that just were not being done. So over the last, I'd say 4 years leading up, there were certainly plenty of steps. It was a lot of low-hanging fruit, things that we came in and held competitions to solicit input from different technology companies on where we could catch fraud, and we were inundated with different ways that we could address this. And it certainly wasn't a lack of ideas or lack of places where we could take action. It was a lack of where action had not been taken. And I think you'll see that we've already taken a number of actions. We continue to take actions. Medicaid's obviously been in the limelight, but there's a lot of ways that we've been addressing Medicare fraud as well.
Well, I wish you guys best of luck in cracking down on the fraud because it needs to get done. So thank you once again. And pleasure speaking with you guys. Thanks,
Subscribe, everybody. Subscribe.
New York's new mayor is already going after the NYPD.
There is
Wait till you see this.
no family should have to endure this kind of pain.
Put the knife down! 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 This is terrible, man.
Chilling new video the moment the NYPD's
I'm gonna play this video and another one. Cash Jordan, he be coming with the shit. This is Cash Jordan.
says a young man charged at officers with a knife. Police opened fire.
We can see the
22-year-old
knife.
survived, but remains
How you doing,
in the
Betty?
hospital.
Thanks for joining the chat.
Thank God he survived.
to someone having a mental episode.
Body-worn camera depicts NYPD officers being let into the home after the young man's parents called 911 about their son being in emotional distress.
Let's get there. Let's get there. Like and subscribe.
Response takes a turbulent turn as soon as the young man sees the police.
This is terrible. He was in
A
the
family
kitchen.
member tries to stop Jabez Chakraborty from advancing toward the retreating officer with a kitchen knife.
Put the knife down! Put the knife down! Put the knife down!
We briefly pause the video here to avoid showing
The armed male was able to push through the closed door and continue to advance toward officers with the kitchen knife.
That's
in hand.
exactly what happened.
At this point, officers discharged their weapon at the armed male.
Not the knife!
This is the kitchen knife
Yeah.
police say the 22-year-old was armed with on the morning of January 26th. But as Mayor Mamdani
Wait a second. Before we get to what the mayor has to say, this guy's 22. And take a look at your screen right here. This is what he looks like in the police video. But this is the photo that the family who's upset with the police, who let the police in to possibly save them, is showing everyone. There's a smear campaign going on here.
out today, the encounter is more complex than what's on video.
Jabez has lived with schizophrenia.
Nothing
for
wrong with
many
that, Bruce,
years,
man.
And
On the
this
real.
situation underscores just
Blessings
how
on
urgently
that.
we need a different and more effective mental health response system that will be safer for New Yorkers who struggle with mental health concerns, for their families, and for police officers. Jabez needs mental health treatment, not criminal prosecution.
This is now Exhibit A in the mayor's push to create a Department of Community Safety, shifting many crisis calls away from the police.
So now we're going to replace the police. We've got somebody who's got problems, who needs help. The system has failed that person. I think we can all agree on that. But when someone is armed and they are at the scene where 911 was called to arrive at and they do not obey basic instructions, it's hard to see what anyone other than a police officer who is able to protect people would be able to accomplish. This was a very dangerous, frightening situation.
The NYPD says the body-worn video supports
It
the
does.
department's version of events, as first told at a news conference.
Officers issued several
Yes, they
warnings
did.
to drop the knife in an attempt to de-escalate the
Yup.
situation.
The family criticizing the mayor for his initial praise of the NYPD
Uh-huh.
response, saying in part, "We called 911 for an ambulance to provide medical attention for our son who was in emotional distress. We did not call the
Stop
police."
the tape right there. They're saying they didn't call the police. But let's watch the body cam for ourselves, see what's really going on. Listen, they're at the home. Knock on the door.
Since I've been watching videos, I'm standing by the door no more. How you doing?
You called? You called?
Yes.
Hi, you called? Yes. So she tells the police officers that they are at the right place. She opens the door and invites them in. And now watch what happens.
You coming?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. No, you're fine. You're fine.
They confirmed again that they're in the right place. And then things immediately go sideways. But the police knocked on the door. They announced their presence. They asked the woman if she called.
Some type of liberal. I guarantee you, a liberal or Democrat gonna say they did something wrong. They knocked on the door, asked questions, they got invited in, and the kid went crazy.
Them, she says yes, and they asked a second time if they could come in. So they were in the right location.
Watch a
and then
liberal
they
say
encountered
something.
what you see on the screen here.
Tuesday, Mayor Mamdani responded to the criticism and said he's speeding up his plan to create a Department of Community Safety to have mental health professionals co-respond to 911 calls.
Co-respond.
What these policy options include are various co-response models involving teams of behavioral health specialists, peer experts, and of course police so that they can intervene when the need arises.
So what that means is in a city like New York that has limited money, remember this has to happen with the money the city already has, a city which is facing a $12 billion budget deficit. That means instead of 2 cops at the door and 2 cruisers, you may have a cop and a guy with a clipboard.
Anthony Almagero, the VP of the FDNY EMS Officers Union, says the city already has the Be Heard program, which has mental health counselors go out with EMTs. He says the mayor did not consult his union.
I think it would be best if he kept it as is and decided to expand it and actually invest in FDNY EMS doing these calls. If we can sedate patients that have psychiatric emergencies that escalate to a point where they need sedation.
So look at that. I bet most of you
How you
didn't
doing,
know,
Jason?
and I certainly didn't know New York City already has the same type of system in place here. But where was that system? Why did that system also fail this person? But you've got to understand something. Everything going on in this video relates back to what the new mayor said on day one when he was inaugurated, when he announced his mission and his mandate.
We will draw this city closer together.
Okay?
We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. If our campaign demonstrated that the people of New York yearn for solidarity, then let this government foster.
Okay.
Because no matter what you eat, how you pray, or where you come from, the words that most define us are the 2 we all share: New Yorkers.
Okay. The warmth of collectivism. How's that working out?
There are calls now for the mayor to do more to get the homeless off the streets and
Get them off
find
the street.
housing for them. At the same time, the mayor is refusing to return to former Mayor Adams' policy of removing homeless encampments from city
And
streets.
people are freezing in the
Good
cold.
job from last week. Now slightly loaded with other
Look
issues.
at this.
News reporter NJ Burkett is live at Penn Station with our lead
Oh,
story
Penn
tonight.
Station's a
NJ.
disaster in the wintertime.
And right here, should Mayor Mamdani take a harder line on encampments, a harder line on involuntary removal of the homeless? Yes, there are those tonight who say he should, but the mayor seems convinced that his approach is best. The outreach team is patient but persistent. It takes time, but MTA police officers and social workers calmly persuade a woman to leave Penn Station for a bit.
Yeah, he's
That's
no
good.
good, no
But it
good.
doesn't always work this way.
No, it doesn't.
Many others choose to sit huddled in the frigid streets where the death toll has risen to 60.
This is sad.
In 13 of these cases, preliminary findings indicate that hypothermia played a role.
The mayor says outreach to the homeless has been stepped up steadily since sub-freezing temperatures first triggered the city's Code
This is
Blue
crazy.
activation.
As of this morning, we have made more than 930 placements to shelters and safe havens. We have also involuntarily transported 18 New Yorkers who were determined to be a danger to themselves or to others.
If you think that you can live on the streets in below 0 temperatures without a roof over your head, if we've got people saying that, there probably need to be more folks who are helped off the streets. If you or I had a friend or relative who was trying to live on the streets when they're frozen, we would be out there pleading with that person, dragging them away from that environment, because that's the compassionate thing to do. Yet New York's not.
Oh, thank you,
doing that
Jason.
for
Thank
its
you,
own
man.
New Yorkers.
Appreciate it.
Who are determined to be a danger to themselves or to others.
The mayor has
Thank you, man. Name is Deontay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Trying to get to 1,000 subs, man.
And he claimed today that none of those who recent days had been living.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Instead of looking to just push New Yorkers from one encampment to another part of this city, we're going to look to emphasize the services that we can connect those New Yorkers with.
Queensborough President Donovan Richards says the mayor needs to take a harder line.
Everybody should have their rights, but at the bottom line, if it's a code blue, we need to make sure people are being protected and that individuals are being taken into safe spaces.
Homeless advocate and civil liberties expert Norman Siegel says persuasion works best.
We've argued that you should approach people
Wokeness.
on a voluntary basis.
Oh, wow.
If someone's not dressed the way you are, MK, or I am, and they're in a t-shirt and jeans, no shoes, that's someone who's a danger to themselves.
Right. The signs are obvious. The signs are obvious when someone is in trouble. But one of the things that the mayor said he wanted to do was to do less in the way of homeless sweeps. And homeless advocates say that the longer someone remains on the
streets don't play, man.
the higher the chances of something
The streets will
going
beat you
wrong.
to your
But
knees.
before we continue, do you owe back taxes or have unfiled returns? Or have you filed every year but just keep owing? Did you retire and suddenly get hit with a tax bill you didn't expect? However your taxes started, the outcome is the same. Your balance is
Nincompoop decided to allow them to keep living on the streets when the temperatures dropped to sub-zero. So much of what passes for progressive compassion, the stuff that makes them feel more
Yeah, these polls be coming from out of nowhere. I don't know who does these polls.
incentivizes
When you say they ain't asked me, they ain't asked y'all.
unbelievable amounts of cruelty and suffering.
yes.
Who
She's
is asking?
100% right. We see it with the way that the homeless are treated in New York, and we're going to see it even more once the police are replaced. Do you think replacing the police force in a lawless sanctuary city is going to do good things for the law-abiding residents who still live there? Of course it's not going to. All progressivism, it is essentially an exercise in futility. It just goes further down the path of destruction. It progresses down that path rapidly in the name of compassion, which it brings to absolutely no one.
Whether it's abolish ICE, the open border, whether it's defund the police, siding with criminals,
It's all the same
of this
message.
stuff
Yep,
that
God
makes
is in
them feel
control.
holier than thou. It creates unbelievable amounts of cruelty.
Yep.
And I'm just so glad that he did a 180, that he recognized how wrong this is. And I hope that that means that they will actually start sweeping the homeless encampments, not just when it's freezing, but in general.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, well, Dan, what do you make of that? I think that, listen, he got into office
Yeah,
and
the big
immediately
smile,
stopped
Joker
what Mayor
smile,
Eric
boy.
Adams had begun,
Yeah.
and most mayors preceding Eric Adams, and this has been a huge issue.
And this is the one thing that for years has made New York City different than places like Los Angeles, because in New York City, there are people who are homeless, but the idea that someone can be a
Right.
full-time resident on the streets and have a year-round encampment does not exist here. And that is why the sidewalks here do not look like the sidewalks in most of Los Angeles.
We have to start hospitalizing these people against their will. Zoran Mamdani said, no, we're not.
Yeah.
We're just going to suggest maybe they should go to a shelter, but we're not going to force them to go to a shelter.
Yeah.
Is him now backing off, is that just a momentary thing, or are we going to see a real change here?
I think that's the $1 million question. I mean, look, I think on the snow, I too am a New Yorker. We have 4 children here in this city. I think he passed the first test, which was getting the streets plowed and salted.
Yes.
But he has failed the second test. This is a real issue for Mamdani about the homeless, because it goes to the issue of crime. It goes to the subways and other areas. Look, I give him credit that he did. When you have a losing hand, stop playing it and pivot. He did. We'll see kind of if he adopts across the board here on some of these other more controversial issues.
Yeah. And in the meantime, what's happening?
I wonder what's going to happen when the weather warms back up, because you know what? These policy proposals,
The Riddler.
no more encampment sweeps.
I think it was you said the green
as if
suit.
getting people
I
off the
think
street
it was the
with more
Riddler.
money
Then
to
he talking
help
about the
themselves
Joker
on the
and
street
Batman
is
reference.
some cruel exercise in inhumanity. That's how we're supposed to look at this. When it warms up in New York City and temperatures are great, are we going to go back to that policy? Or will people recognize the danger an individual puts themselves in the longer they remain living in an unhoused situation.
Yeah, scenes like this, Sade and Mike, are not on every street, just to be clear.
You voted
but
for
when
him?
you do see
Okay.
this much trash, you got to wonder what is going on. The sanitation department says that trash collection is delayed by about 24 hours, as are recyclables.
It's
but
a lot
New Yorkers
longer
should
than that.
expect to see some relief soon.
I think it's pretty gross to walk past it, to be honest. It's
Look at
a
this.
pretty big eyesore.
Dirty snow coupled with piles of trash, like a post-snowstorm hangover that's lingering thanks to the unending
Look at
cold.
that. Okay, so you have recyclables, which you see here. You got the cardboard, then you got the stuff in the plastic bags, then you
Thank
got
you,
the
thank
black bags
you.
over here in the corner.
Let's
So
get to
you've got
1,000.
all
We
the
almost
trash
there.
that was
We
supposed to
almost
get
there.
picked
Thank
up
you so
just
much.
getting dumped on top of itself. This is not a well-run city. This is the warmth of collectivism, I guess.
Snow melters are helping, but those frozen mounds are challenging.
It was like dealing with
Damn.
rock boulders that the workers were out there trying to chop up to try to open up the walkway. So that definitely slowed down some of the progress. And obviously that was a big priority for us.
For the free
Have
buses,
a domino effect of delaying
nothing is free. Nothing is free. Something got to pay for something. Nothing for free. Ain't no free bus.
some of the trash collection, according to the acting commissioner of the sanitation
They
department,
can't work quickly.
Javier Lohan.
Even though we are on track on the Monday service areas, a lot of the people won't get started
Are you living, you learn.
until tonight at 6 p.m. and that'll go into the overnight and then tomorrow.
I voted for Obama first term.
Trash have
Shouldn't have
prompted
done
some
that.
outrage.
Garbage everywhere.
Actor Michael Rappaport, who's no friend of Mayor Mamdani, complained about the trash on the Upper East Side, and council member Ina Vernikov also took aim at the mayor.
I took a walk on several streets.
The mayor says
This is crazy.
they're working on it.
Sanitation is currently running about 24 hours behind on trash collection. I know that they are working with everything that they have.
So here's the other problem. When you delay trash pickup, for as long as it's been delayed in the city, what happens is you get more garbage than the trucks are able to collect all at once. So they can't finish their routes. And then the trash keeps piling up. And when you add to that all of the traffic congestion because of all of the snow, now you've got yourself a real disaster. But look at this.
Can do their thing and get power and heat back up and running for thousands of people
Power and heat.
in the Borum Hill area. If you look up
Power
and down
and
the
heat.
street, you basically see
Gone.
Con Ed crews as far as the eye can stretch with cables there over here.
Look at this.
And you can see that this is basically what 4th Avenue
The
looks like.
snow
Yes, it's open to traffic,
knocked out the
but
power.
very few cars getting through at a time as crews continue to fix up each corner. And here's what we're working with. As you look into one of these manholes, they're trying to get into these fibers.
Look at
The
this.
elements have been making this job very hard, but this morning we've seen them close up one corner at a time.
So what happened here is we had so much snow and so much salt on the roads that this all leaked into the underground parts of the city.
Well, they always had a trash problem. All their trash right in front of the building.
Borum Hill, which
Right
is
in
one
the
of the most
street.
expensive zip
Right
codes
in
in
the
the city.
right in the corner
Why? Because
of
it
the
wasn't
building.
adequately cleared to begin with.
Edison says road salt is mixing with water as snow melts,
Yep.
seeping into the underground system,
That's corrosive.
corroding wires and causing localized failures. Con Ed chalking up longer than anticipated restoration times to challenging conditions,
Yep.
having to dig out layers of snow and ice to access the system.
They can't even
and
work.
Cars from snowbounds. A warming center has been set up at the Wyckoff Gardens Community Center, but these residents say it's just not enough and people are suffering.
Since Friday, we had no light, no water, no hot water, no steam, no
No hot
nothing.
water.
We have handicapped people that needs oxygen and everything. Come on, there's a 100 and something old lady over there. I felt like I was one of the homeless people sleeping on the streets last night, honestly. I had blankets, I had...
I've been in New York a couple of times.
What do people pay for in this city?
And it's been very difficult for them because she's 83.
This is me. I was kind of fat back then, but this is me in New York.
City Council member Shahana Hadif said she sent a letter to Con Edison demanding that her
As you can see, I lost weight.
receive credits.
But yeah, that was me in New
Of
York.
course, it's the power company's fault. Now, I dislike Con Edison. Like, they're pretty bad. They got a monopoly. They're tough to deal with. If you ever call them, you never get through. But Con Edison doesn't plow the streets. It's not Con Edison's fault. Tons and tons of salt leaked onto their wiring because of a mixture of snow and ice. And when people talk about how the skids have basically been greased for the new mayor to come into office and pass whatever he wants, it's because you already have a city
That's me and
council
Caesar.
that is totally aligned with him as far as socialism and the future of America goes. But what do you think that future looks like? What do you think about the things happening in New York City? Should the mayor do more to stick up for the police?
No, I was about to go visit New York. I never lived in New York. I was about to go visit.
Should he replace the police? What do you think about the situation of the homeless? What should be done for them? Let me know. I'll see you in the next video. Riling up the mobs. Because as you're about to see, the house of fraud running part of America is about to collapse.
You can see how fast a crowd formed outside, getting into agents' faces as they walked back to their cars. Then, a few minutes later, some of the activists tried blocking off the agents and forcing the officers to get out to try to clear the road.
She suddenly, in 1 year, after being worth a few $1,000s, is now worth $30 million. Have you ever seen anything like that?
I don't know many people that go from 0 to 30 without having a legitimate business.
How many times must local and national leaders must plead with you, Donald Trump, to end this operation and recognize that this is not creating safety in our city?
Greg Bravino, secret police, private army, masked men, people disappearing, quite literally, no due process.
Her husband is in some type of finance business, but we don't know what it is. It doesn't appear to be private equity. It doesn't appear to be venture capital. Any questions? But this business is in her husband's name. So can investigate her husband, and we are going to do it.
What's wrong with you? Oh, man.
You can't make this up. 400 government-funded businesses were just discovered in one address in Minnesota. But nobody's talking about how the leaders of this place, all they had to do was shut stuff like this down sooner, but they did nothing.
Are you in Florida? That's what's up, man.
It's alleged the entire power structure in Minnesota, and likely other blue states as well, relies on and is fueled by the industrial fraud complex being discovered throughout our country. A complex where the well-connected set up fake businesses with nice-sounding names like Leering Center, which spells total doom for their entire community as these places bleed it dry of funding. And since these are federal welfare funds the scammers are stealing, they're actually stealing from all of us, all across this country at the exact same time, no matter where we live, enriching themselves and their elected allies, not just with perpetual electoral power, but also with
I've been to Florida a couple of times too.
Explanation, unless, of course, that explanation is fraud.
Hollywood,
which
Florida.
brings us to the real reason these sanctuary mobs are now out on the streets.
I've been traveling.
Full force, standing against the federal government in the name of saving America from not having illegal immigrants and not having massive levels of fraud. It's bizarre, but this is happening because the goal of this movement isn't just an open border. It's to fight the government at every turn, giving their sanctuary leaders the cover they need to cover their tracks. Because the longer these schemes that exclusively fund one political party remain active, the more they can steal from a system that's finally set itself against the law abiding. Instead of supporting them, a system that was only going to explode, Governor Walz ended up becoming vice president of America.
Amy Bach, the founder of Feeding Our Future, the largest COVID fraud in our country's history, was convicted on
We're hour in. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Like and subscribe. We're hour in. Thank you. Let's continue.
Ellison saying they need to be held accountable because they knew of this fraud because his client had sounded the alarm on others well before she was charged and convicted.
So it's not just Representative Omar that people have questions about. Governor Walz, even the mayor of Minneapolis. Once you understand.
Like and subscribe, everybody. Let's do it. Let's do it. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's get to 1,000. Why not? 38 people in the chat. 38 subscribers. Why not? Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Help a brother out.
Understand that. It's pretty clear why these folks are out there consistently telling people in their states to rise up in an attempt to make you and I think Minnesota's leaders should actually be held accountable for the mayhem happening here. Oh no, this is making it look like it's all the federal government's fault. And that's because all of this is happening. The fraud being discovered here keeps getting worse.
Roughly 400
Getting
Medicaid
worse.
businesses
Damn.
started the building behind me over the last several years. They generated about $380 million of billing.
Yeah, I'm still in Illinois for I'm still in Illinois, man.
Roughly each business had $1 million of billing.
400 fake businesses in one address. That is absolutely ridiculous. All the people running this place had to do was go there and knock on a few doors, and they could have saved the people of America billions of dollars. And what this also reveals is that the American people have no idea how deep and how prevalent these scandals are, where they might be located, or what the real story is, but you know who might know something.
Oh, he definitely an idiot.
What your response is to the oversight committee?
He another mayor said he's not gonna raise no taxes, but they end up raising taxes. And they gave what, $600 million to the immigrants.
Rapidly.
Yeah.
What's your response to what they're
Yeah,
saying?
he's an idiot. He don't care about no Chicago.
Yeah, she's not talking.
And I'm from the Austin community. He's from the Austin community, so he should know how it should be.
The House Oversight Committee chairman says that Ilhan Omar is now at the center of this fraud investigation. A development which is scaring the pants off sanctuary leaders in other parts of the country.
What makes you think that? Well, now you're seeing, since I've posted that video, lots of other people have started to go to other locations. For instance, in Ohio or in Maine or in California. They're also seeing the similar fraud take place in other daycares, for instance, in a lot of other locations.
Yeah, Beetlejuice, man.
California, being from that state, and we know there's been a lot of fraud. There's $32.6 billion that's been confirmed in unemployment insurance fraud. There's 1.2 million fraudulent community college applications.
Oh yes, these fraud complexes, they very well may be just about everywhere. We've already discovered them in Ohio and Maine and places like California. You know something's going on in these places because their leaders are just fully against the idea of any type of federal law enforcement whatsoever coming to where they are and doing anything to make America better.
Greg Bravino, secret police, private army, masked men, people disappearing quite literally, no due process.
It is not a coincidence that the governor of California took a recent opportunity to criticize ICE in front of the entire world. He's got something going on in his state that he knows about and that we may very soon know about too. But I guess the only good thing for Governor Newsom is right now the eyes of the country are focused on Minnesota, which is now the heart of the American resistance movement, a movement that seeks to reopen the U.S. border and protect criminals at all costs. And there are a lot of criminals here, apparently.
Behind me is the Griggs Midway building. It looks like a factory because it was a factory, a linen factory. They made cloth back there, converted to an office building. You'll notice all those little signs there, and there's tons of little businesses inside. It's an industrial area. There's no reason that you'd have a mother bring her child. You can't imagine getting extra business support. An autistic child probably wouldn't want to come here. You hear the noise. It's just not a hospitable place. The question is, how is it possible 400 businesses?
You know, the insane thing to me is while federal officials at the highest levels of the U.S. government are in front of this place, standing there with a camera, you've got folks who see the camera and are cheering at it from the entrance of this facility that allegedly houses 400 government-funded businesses under one roof. This blueprint in play here, setting up a bunch of fraud complex under one roof. Well, we're discovering this same blueprint in the country as well, like Maine. And here's how it works. You find the creepiest looking office you can just to use as a mailing address. You put a sign on the wall, who cares if it falls off, and then you sit back, relax, and let the federal money roll in. Vacation destination. And what's crazy is, you know how we've got those organized mobs that like to follow the federal government around and they have their phones and they're filming them and getting right in their faces? Well, the interesting thing is these fraud rings, they've got a similar tactic as well. Look at this.
So you'll notice there's already a watch group that's observing us. And people in the cars taking pictures of us. They're calling around trying to find out what's going down.
Weird.
And I'll tell you, they don't have that, wonder. I'm really telling you. We're here to figure out why these folks are being defrauded, why the people who live in Minnesota
getting access to the care they deserve because it's been stolen. But the fact that you've got people behind me concerned that we're even talking about this story should be something that worries you. It bothers me. It's been a censoring of truth, an inability just to own what's happening in their state. That's concerning to me. They talk about being nice in Minnesota. I want to be nice too, but a person who's a good person doesn't have to always be nice. They got to be
Right, Beetlejuice.
This is so crazy. There's literally a fraud insurgent network that has taken over this place. That's what we're looking at here. People that are coordinating, following around the federal government who would stop them from committing crime, keeping an eye on them, working behind the scenes with elected officials to get these schemes off the ground and maintain them, and then riling up the mobs to get out there and create so much chaos that it gives cover for these folks who are now probably doing everything they can to hide all traces of their wrongdoing while making sure the federal government's money hose just keeps spraying.
Up like Mayor Lightfoot for Halloween. Story we told you about last week. A little boy who dressed up like Mayor Lightfoot for Halloween. The mayor was charmed and invited him to pizza lunch at City Hall. Trina Orlando is in the control center with their story. Trina, we've been looking for.
Yeah, we caught up with Idris Lockett and his family at City Hall just as they were leaving that meeting with the mayor, and they used one word to describe their experience. They called it epic.
Visitors to City Hall Monday may have thought they were seeing double. That's because Idris Lockett, the 4-year-old boy who dressed up as Mayor Lori Lightfoot for Halloween, was there to meet the inspiration for his costume. She was very humble, she was cool. Catherine Lockett came up with the idea for her son's costume shortly before Halloween.
Babysitted the oversized coat on him, and doing so, Mom said he favored Lightfoot.
Lockett used photos of the mayor to design her son's costume.
I'm like, okay, she wears the pearls, she wears her suit jacket, and she has the shirt unbuttoned.
The costume was a hit. The Lockett shared a photo on social media, and it quickly went viral, even catching the attention of the mayor, who tweeted that Idris nailed it.
She said that like 30 people sent it to her all day on Halloween, so she was flattered.
So flattered that she invited Idris and his family to City Hall on Monday. The mayor snapped this photo with her mini-me and presented him with an award for the city's best Halloween costume.
I was very excited. He was smiling.
You may recognize Idris from a campaign he did with Lori Children's Hospital after undergoing multiple surgeries for a heart condition. His parents say seeing him back in the spotlight is surreal.
I'm very proud. Chicago proud.
So what will Idris dress up as next year? His parents say they do not have any ideas just yet, but they do know.
So yeah, that was me and my ex-wife when my son was 4 years old. He's 11 now, but yeah, I told her not to do that shit. Like once again, we divorced. I'm remarried, but she did that shit. It went viral. 15 minutes of fame. Straight bullshit. I don't like that shit. I didn't condone it at all. But yeah, you can Google it. Deontay, put it up. Some bullshit.
$1 at him. But here's where the connection between these fraud enforcement
Like and subscribe.
and the resistance to ICE occurs. You see, you can't have these mass fraud complexes without the help of an open border. And once you have an open border, these complexes can get bigger and bigger. And it's because of simple mathematics, as New York City's new mayor is about to explain.
These are programs for every single New Yorker. These are not programs that are going to ask the of any one of the children. All of those children are New Yorkers. They should all be enrolled in pre-K and 3K, no matter where they were born or where they come from.
Okay, did you hear that? These programs, they're open to everyone, no matter where they're from or no matter where they're born. Now, that might sound wonderful, that might sound nice, but the budget for these programs is based on the number of people who have access to them. And if you're going to set yourself up as a sanctuary city, you've just made yourself a magnet for people who want to break America's immigration laws and find a safe place to hide. And then you're going to give them a benefit. You're going to help them exist in your sanctuary city. That's a big problem. And another aspect of this that nobody's even talking about is if these cities, if they have a major population decrease, if that happens and the population goes down, the scammers are going to be very upset because they're going to lose the ability to go to the federal government and say, we've been trying to do so much good work in the community, but, things keep getting worse here. We've got all these families that need childcare and all the centers are full. Well, the government's going to say, well, yeah, we believe you. We want to give you money, but we've actually got less people living here. So because of that, we should actually need to spend less money on these schemes. We can't do this. You see, you need the population of these places to at least stay level or to grow. If that happens, scammers have cover for what they're doing. And this doesn't just affect childcare. Let's say 10% of school need food assistance or meals. Well, if the population that 10% goes up, and America's affordability crisis, which is created by a lack of housing and a lack of gainful employment opportunities, well, that's going to go up at the exact same time. But as we saw in Minnesota, and as we've seen recently, even in New York City, these places get set up. They collect a whole bunch of federal money and nobody gets help there. That's why it's so hard for people in this country who actually need help to find it. It's not available for them, even though it's being paid for.
Her attorney is pointing the finger at Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison, saying they need to be held accountable of this fraud because his client had sounded the alarm on others well before she was charged and convicted.
Wow.
He says in 2020 and 2021, Bob's office, a possible fraud.
Responsible, and his agencies did nothing about that. The Attorney General's office was invited by Feeding the Future to come to Feeding the Future and review documents.
And they didn't want to review the documents. They didn't want to look at it. They did nothing. And look, if somebody comes out and they say, hey, there's a massive fraud scandal going on here, I've got evidence, here's who I am, here's my background. That person comes out and tells you that there's other criminal activity going on. You have a credible lead, right? And if you don't do anything about that credible lead, you have just stood down. You have abandoned your duties. If you tell a police officer that there's a crime in progress and he says, can't be bothered, can't look at it, that person would be fired. They'd have to turn in their badge tomorrow. But no, governor gets to do this, and what happens? Gets reelected. But it's not just Walz and the mayor of Minneapolis who may have something to hide. Oh no. In fact, as you're about to see, Ilhan Omar, who's now at the center of this fraud investigation. Well,
yes, she is. Feed the children. She kicked it off when COVID hit. She kicked it off.
And $30 million in a year. Now, why is that relevant? First, I don't know many people that go from 0 to 30 without having a legitimate business. Her husband is in some type of finance business, but we don't know what it is. It doesn't appear to be private equity. It doesn't appear to be venture capital. So we just have questions. What exactly is the business that you're involved in? It's kind of like the same questions we asked Hunter Biden that he never could answer. But she won't answer any questions. The ethics committee is supposed to investigate members. We're not supposed to investigate individual members, but this business is in her husband's name. So we can investigate her husband, and we are going to do that because we're, as you know, in the middle of this Minnesota welfare fraud. And there's been a lot of accusations about a circle that are benefiting from these financial scams.
Okay, so if you're going to earn that kind of money, normally you have to do something incredible. You've got to invent some new thing. Got to invent Facebook. Got to invent AI. But this is all very strange. How do you have a business that's worth $30 million and no one can figure out what it does? That's incredibly suspicious. Most businesses that are worth $30 million, they make it perfectly clear what they do. It's very easy to see what they do, and they have lots of happy customers because they're so rich. They do something that a whole bunch of people use and enjoy, and it makes their life better in some capacity. Let's pull up the business information on Ilhan Omar's husband's company, Rose Lake Capital. It is a finance company located in Washington, D.C. It has 10 employees. What kind of website is this? It's one page. I can't click anything. There's no menu. There's a bunch of links here at the bottom, which are gone. Oh, there's a LinkedIn. Oh, page not found.
Damn.
LinkedIn's gone. There's no names. There's no information on how to contact them. There's not even an email address. But look at this. Representative Omar's husband, he used to be on there. Look at that. It used to tell us all about this gentleman and how successful he is and what his $30 million business does. And then there were a whole bunch of people. We used to be able to meet the team. Look at these folks. Look at all these people. But they've all been removed from this website for some reason. That's weird. If you have a legitimate business that's earning millions of dollars, why would you remove all the people who help make that work and are helping make the world a better place?
Wasn't there also a vineyard involved here? The husband's involved in the wine business.
Yeah. There's a thing called money laundering where
Damn, Salty, I ain't know that. Damn.
Lots of cash. Again,
For
I'm
2
not
years.
accusing them of any wrongdoing, but she should answer a simple question. If any
And
member
the
of
media
Congress
came with and said he was drunk or he's divorced. So they gave him a sad background.
That's not a hard question. My husband has a private
They ain't
equity
mentioned
firm
that.
and he's done exceptionally well in the last 12 months. She won't answer that question. And everybody in America suspects foul play here. Right. And again, we're going to find out. It's not going to be hard to figure out what business he's in and where the money came from. So that's going to be a central part of our entire Minnesota fraud.
Okay, it's a central part of the investigation from the federal government. But two things are going to happen. One of two things. Either she's planning on leaving the country in the near future and is already packing her bags to try and figure out some sort of escape plan, or the escape plan is to send the mobs out into the streets of America and create so much chaos and so much division and just riot and shake this place to the core so that elected leaders can avoid accountability, so that the problems in this country can be blamed on those who are doing the investigation. You see, that's what this is all about. This is about shifting the blame
Right.
from the people who are at the center of this investigation to the investigators. The goal is to discredit the investigators. The goal is to stop the investigators. The goal is to stop them from figuring out what's really going on here, from finding more buildings that have 400, 500.
Shit crazy. Let's play this
And
one.
as you said, I spoke with the Chakraborty family.
No, I really
and
saw
I visited
that.
Chavez
Yeah.
in the hospital. There is
Play it from his perspective.
no family should have to endure.
I'm Batman. Thanks for joining the chat. How you doing? Like and subscribe. Hour 30 minutes in. Thank you guys. Like and subscribe. Thanks for joining the chat.
Put the knife down! Put the knife down! Boy. So we got to talk about more far-left lunacy out of New York City. As Zoran is dealing with some crises, right? I mean, these are his words, not my words, right? He has a budget crisis because he found out that free stuff ain't free, that socialism costs a whole lot of money, right? A whole lot of other people's money that apparently the city doesn't have enough of. That's why he's begging the state for money. He's begging
Dark hand, you funny.
on the rich because, again, socialism ain't free, right? It costs money. He's also facing some backlash because of the fact that his city looks like Mumbai, looks like New Delhi, trash everywhere. The way he's handled this winter storm has been an absolute disaster.
Like and subscribe, everybody. Let's get to 1,000. Let's get to 1,000.
People are literally freezing to death. Bodies are piling up because of his policy not to clear homeless encampments off the streets, which basically allow people who don't really know any better to stay out on the streets and to freeze to death. So then we have bodies piling up every single day. The death toll is going up and up and up because of his policies, directly because of his policies. Okay, so now we have another potentially deadly policy to talk about involving police, right? Because Zoran is now trying to get rid of the police and replace police with social workers and mental health workers who are supposed to respond to deadly mental health crises, right? Not police. And the reason why he's doing this is because of an incident that came up involving police shooting a mentally ill 22-year-old man who had an emotional breakdown. And when police showed up to deal with the mental health call, the lunatic tried to stab him, right? Stab him with a knife. And we have this all on camera. And Zoran's takeaway from all this is that, well, see, the cop was wrong for shooting the mentally ill 22-year-old that was charging towards him with a knife, right, with a deadly weapon. The cop was wrong, and that a social worker should have been sent out there, or a mental health worker should have been sent instead. And somehow, some way,
this situation would have turned out better. Now, I'm going to let you guys decide how it would have worked out had somebody who was not armed and not a police officer went out there to deal with this type of situation. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Body camera footage of a shooting by officers responding to a call in Queens. Mayor Zohran Mamdani has been calling for new ways to handle these calls of people suffering from mental health episodes. Eyewitness News reporter Phil Tate is live for us at police headquarters in Lower Manhattan with more on this story. Phil.
Yeah, Pedro, Shirley, good morning. And yesterday, the NYPD had released that body cam video giving us a better insight as to what happened last week. Police had called for help.
He's a public sacrifice? Man, ain't no telling.
But somehow this ended up with a police involvement happening inside of their home. Let's pop up that video for you. We can see the body-worn camera video on your screen when officers arrived at the Queens home. Shortly after, it appears the 22-year-old Jabez Chakraborty with a knife as a family member tries to stop him from moving towards the officer who is heard there, firing his gun after giving multiple commands to drop the weapon.
The family in a statement says, "We called 911 for an ambulance to provide medical attention for our son who was in emotional distress. We did not call the police. Instead of medical responders, the NYPD arrived and shot our son multiple times right in front of us." Yesterday, Mayor Mamdani said he visited Jabez, who has lived with schizophrenia for many years. The mayor also questioning the protocols that led up to the shooting, and this will likely speed up the mayor's launch of his Department of Community Safety, which would send social workers to the scene of a mental health crisis rather than police officers.
Jabez has lived with schizophrenia for many years, and this situation underscores just how urgently we need a different and more effective mental health response system that will be safer for New Yorkers who struggle with mental health concerns, for their families, and for police officers. Jabez needs mental health treatment, not criminal prosecution.
Now, the mayor says that there are internal ongoing conversations for a different type of approach. Mental health advocates for years now have called for a different type of approach for those who are in mental distress. We are live at police headquarters this morning. I'm Phil Tate, Channel 7 Eyewitness.
Wow. That's all I can say, man. That's all I can say at this point. These damn socialists, these people are insane. They're insane. Every idea is stupid. Everything that they do ends up being a disaster. It's because they lack common sense, right? They just lack common sense. Seriously. I understand the
1,000. Thanks for joining the chat.
Mentally ill people
Be
need
funny.
mental help, right? They need somebody there that is a specialist when it comes to dealing with their problems. But what they also got to understand
You want to talk about
is
it?
that in a situation like this, had a so-called mental health person or a social worker showed up, and assuming that this 22-year-old would have reacted the same way, the social worker would be dead. Stabbed to death. I'm trying to figure out what was the officer supposed to do in that situation outside of defend himself. What was he supposed to do? Let this mentally ill 22-year-old stab him, right? Kill him? Was that what he's supposed to do? I think that the officer did the right thing. I'm trying to figure out how the protocol.
He should have been had help. He should have been in the hospital then.
Because again, had you seen anybody else out there that wasn't armed, and again, assuming that this reaction would have happened, we could be talking about a social worker or a medical worker or, somebody else being dead. That's what we'll be talking about right now. Stabbed to death. And they you know what? If that would have happened, the first thing they'd be saying is, why you didn't send police out? Hey, that's literally what they'd be saying. That's what they would be saying.
But Mamdani couldn't explain today how this department of
that's
community
a
safety would
suicide
have
job
responded
there.
any differently to the Chakraborty incident. This department, Mamdani has proposed, would have social workers respond to mental health calls, but the mayor today still couldn't outline any details of how this agency would even work. The mayor did concede that if a situation turns violent, he would still want NYPD officers at the scene, but when asked how first responders are to predict if a situation will turn violent, Mamdani was short on details.
This is exactly the focus of the conversations that we're having internally in developing out this Department of Community Safety. Additionally, I want to make clear that a person experiencing a mental health episode does not always have to be served first or exclusively by a police officer. It is important for us to have all of the options available.
So, again, these policies are deadly, man. Socialism kills. I want people to understand that. Because that's what's going to happen if you start sending social workers out to deal with this, right? To deal with this. Knife-wielding, mentally ill people. What do you think a social worker is going to do? You think a social worker is going to be able to handle
New
something
York
like
is
this?
too high on these
Heck no.
taxes.
I'm trying to figure out what other way
And it
are they
stinks.
supposed to handle it. Hey, calm down, please don't stab me to death, right? If a cop showing up with a gun and telling this individual to put down a knife multiple times, that didn't stop him from still charging the officer and trying to stab him to death, I don't think there's anything that would have stopped him, right? That's just my opinion. But again, a socialist looks at something like this and said, well, it would have been different had a social worker showed up. Had a cop not showed up, yeah, the social worker would have died. That's how it would have been different. It would have been a better outcome. It would have been a worse outcome. And like I said, at that point, you'd be asking, well, why didn't the police come, right? That's the crazy part about it. So, again, it's policies like this, it's stuff like this that just really show you how these people are not qualified to lead. They're not qualified to be making decisions like this. This is the type of stuff that they do. So they're going to use this as an excuse to implement this plan, this community policing plan, and we're going to see how it works, right? We're going to see how it works. But when the first social worker ends up getting seriously hurt because they didn't want to send cops, hey, you can point back to this situation right here, okay? And you can say, well, the lack of common sense is what led to this, right? Because anybody with common sense will understand that you don't send social workers to handle situations like this. This is not what a
don't do
social
that.
worker should be doing,
Like
right?
and
This is too
subscribe.
deadly for a social worker. I guess you can arm them, right? Maybe if they're armed,
You
maybe
can
you can
arm
send
them
a
out to see
social
the
worker
police
and a
in.
police officer. That might be appropriate, but there's no way that you can replace police for a situation like this, right? Like replacing police or not having police involved at all, or not having somebody armed involved at all, I think is a bad idea, right? It's a terrible idea, and it will lead to people losing their lives, right? That's what it will lead to. And, you know, that is what Zoran apparently is cool with, right? This is what socialists are totally fine with. Again, evidenced by the fact that we have bodies piling up due to his policy of not forcing homeless people off the streets. So let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Like and subscribe.
Of appropriated funds, Treasury will be.
Is this going to be a yes or no?
Program awards.
Mr. Secretary. No. I'm going to abide by the chairman's rules, but I have some rules. You can say yes or no, and then if you say yes, you may continue to give that support.
Damn.
If it's a no, then you tell me why not. And now we need to be clear. Yes, let's start with the yes or no. I'm trying to be respectful, but you're not going to do what you want to do on my time. Yes or no, or you can say I'm not going to answer it. Now move on.
Number 3.
Okay, so let the record show that he refuses to answer a question. No, we're not going to do that with me. We are not going to do that with me.
Ooh, watch out.
It's the gentlewoman's time from Ohio.
Now, you opted for number 3, so you get to hear my wrath that you refuse to answer a question under your authority and what this administration, and yet you've talked about the value of housing, and you're not releasing the funds, and I want the record to be clear on that. So let me move on.
Serious question and a serious issue for the financial services industry, especially as the Secretary of the Treasury.
Well,
that's an important. No, this is my time. I haven't asked any more questions. I haven't asked you any more questions.
It's the gentleman from Massachusetts.
I'm trying to get to my next question. Could you speak a little louder? I can't hear you. Yeah, okay. I might.
Mr. Secretary, let Mr. Lynch proceed with his time. Put 4 seconds back on the clock, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Lynch.
I just want to do a comparison.
So we got to talk about Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who I personally think is the greatest gay of all time. Yes, I am saying it. That Scott Bessent, he may be my favorite gay of all time. Because he's just so damn based, especially when it comes to handling these Democrats. Okay, these people really think that they can go toe to toe when it comes to economics, finance, the economy, with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who is a legendary hedge fund investor. Okay, legendary, and they really think that they can match this guy when it comes to talking about the economy.
That's crazy.
With their Democrat Party talking points. And let's just say
Like and subscribe, everybody. Like and
reason why they
subscribe.
didn't let him speak is because he continued to fact check them time and time and time again during this hearing on the U.S. economy. Take a look.
To investors raising concerns about the
James
impact
Brown.
of tariffs, writing that, quote, tariffs are
Get on
inflationary.
up.
Did you say that at that time, yes or no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a New York Times article that
James Brown, stunt
agrees
double.
and
New York Times.
Then last summer, when you testified before a Senate committee, you said, and I quote, there is no inflation. Tariffs are not being passed on to consumers. You were quite definitive and even claimed that critics had, quote, tariff derangement syndrome. Well, those comments are at odds with the statement you made to investors that tariffs are inflationary. Again, I want to be clear, so just let me ask you, are tariffs inflationary, yes or no?
According to the San Francisco Federal Reserve, with 150 years of data,
Yes or no?
tariffs do not cause inflation. San Francisco Federal
Well, last
Reserve,
November,
Congress
as the Trump administration finally began to realize
50 years
that
of data.
affordability issues levied tariffs on housing production goods like lumber and steel, as well as appliances. These tariffs will result in half.
Lumber
Reclaiming my time. You don't get to talk.
Lumber is at a
Reclaiming
5-year
time.
low, Congresswoman.
Reclaiming my time.
Let's just have the facts.
Reclaiming my time. Thank you. Consumers and on housing or affordability and putting the economy at risk. Yes or no? You don't have to explain.
Representative
Will you be the voice? Will you be the voice? Will you be the voice? Will you be the voice of reason? Will you be the voice of reason?
A study
Yes or
from
no?
Wharton University
Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time.
was a mass
Reclaiming my time.
unfettered immigration.
Mr. Chair, will you
let
let
in
him know
between 10
that
and
when I
20
asked him
million
time
immigrants
to
Time does
took
belong
up
to
the housing
Gentlewoman
stock.
Gulliver.
10 and 20 million immigrants
Can you
took
shut
up the
up?
housing stock of working Americans. And can you maintain some level of
The gentleman's time has expired.
No, my time has not
I
expired.
believe the ranking member does not understand the definition of generalized inflation versus one-time price increases. I would also note that housing, especially for working Americans, a Wharton study has shown that the mass unfettered immigration, adding 10 to 20 million new people demanding housing, Congresswoman, is what caused a great deal of housing inflation for working Americans. So you and the Biden administration should be ashamed.
Which is also why we are seeing rents. There was just a recent media story on this. Rents are going down partially because of that enforcement. Mr. Secretary,
It is
Like
supply
and
and
subscribe.
demand continues.
Thank you guys for joining the chat. Thanks for joining in.
It is based on its trust with the American people. And the Federal Reserve lost the trust of American people when it allowed the greatest inflation of 49 years to ravage working people in this country.
Being a member of the cabinet, you would advise the President of the United States to
Make sure y'all get out there and vote, man. The Democrats, they're gonna try to outvote us. We gotta outvote the Democrats.
the Federal Reserve.
We gotta outvote them.
Well, it's his right, just as Senator Warren's
Thank you.
in September of 24 to say
Appreciate
they
it.
shouldn't cut 50 basis points, they should cut 75 basis points. It's the right of everyone
Thank you.
in here, because again, there is no
Appreciate it.
appropriation for the Fed. The Fed has magic money and prints all its own money.
Yeah, I understand how the system is financed, Federal Reserve, but Elizabeth Warren is not the President of the United States.
To pause and heighten the scrutiny of any bank charter or licensing application at the OCC connected to the World Liberty Financial until all of these conflicts of interest and foreign influence reviews are completed and shared with the United States Congress. All I need to know is, will you halt it and do a complete investigation and scrutiny of this licensing application? All you have to ask is yes or no.
No, Congressman.
All you have to ask
the
is yes or no.
OCC is an independent entity, and I would know, Congressman.
So I take that as a no.
You traveled to Venezuela.
I take that as a no.
On behalf
I
of
take that as a no. You do not want to answer that question. I take it as a no.
For $7 billion.
I'm asking you to do your responsibility as Secretary of the Treasury. You do not.
Joining me now is the author of international bestsellers, including his latest work.
Wait a minute.
Appropriated funds, Treasury will be.
Is this going to be a yes or a no?
And
will you
Sorry about that.
It's the scrutiny
There we go. Apologize on that.
bank charter or licensing application at the OCC connected to the World Liberty Financial.
Thank you,
until
guys.
all of
Thank
these
you.
conflicts of interest and foreign influence reviews are completed and shared.
You're right,
with
Salty.
the
You gotta pay
United
attention.
States Congress. All I need to know is, will you halt it and do a complete investigation and scrutiny of this licensing application? All you have to ask is yes or no.
No, Congressman.
All you have to ask
the
is yes or no.
OCC is an independent entity, and I would know, Congressman.
So I take that as a no.
You traveled to Venezuela.
I take that as a no.
On behalf of
I take that as a no.
On behalf of your
You do
donors.
not want to answer that question. I take that as a no.
For $7 billion.
I'm asking you to do your responsibility as Secretary of the Treasury. You do not.
Calm down, bruh. Calm down.
Past your time, Mr. Chairman.
No, and
He did not answer my question.
order,
and he wouldn't
order
pass
was
the
made.
time.
He had 6 seconds left to try to answer your question, and then he did
It was
not
a yes or no. It was a yes or no answer. I asked him, will he? No, was that
Gentlemen,
yes
the
or no?
chair recognizes the gentleman.
Tree Crew, what's up?
Yeah, well,
Stop being his flunky.
Damn.
Gentlemen.
You're talking to me. I'm responding back to him.
2006 trip to Venezuela.
Stop covering for the president. Don't be a flunky. Work for the American people.
Mr. Meeks.
Y'all working for the immigrants.
Work for the American people. Don't be a cover-up for a mob.
Maybe you're going to
As long as he talks.
Tree Crew just chilling, man. Trying to get to 1,000 subscribers, man. Trying to get to that 1,000.
I recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Yeah. See, now you heard that. I just find it be hilarious how these people actually really believe that they can go toe to toe when it comes to the topic of the economy, finance, whatever, with Scott Bessent, right?
With
It's
a
just
drama
hilarious.
queen?
It's just they're
Man.
outmatched, and this is why they don't want to let him speak, right? They're asking him gotcha questions, and the whole point really is to try to get gotchas. And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was not letting them get gotchas, okay? He wasn't letting them do it. This is why Maxine Waters and others were losing their minds. Not because they actually understood what he was talking about or they understood anything that they were talking about. It's literally because he wasn't falling for the gotchas. Now, again, Democrats are rolling with the same stupid, tired talking points that are not backed up by facts and evidence or data, right? Like, for example, tariffs are inflationary. And I'm like, well, where's all this inflation? Again, I'm just going with the numbers say, right?
You see it every day in something with the government, man.
Private sector measurement, right? It's not the government. It's a private sector measurement.
But it's the media,
They
too.
have it right now at
You get the media playing a whole part of it.
Now, I know that number seems extremely low. Hey,
You watch them every day. Same
I got
here.
questions too. But the last inflation report, the one for December, the one for January is about to come out soon, right? But the one
Yeah,
for
Greg
December,
Foreman. Yeah, he on it.
that came in at 2.7%. That is significantly lower than what we've seen under Joe Biden, which averaged 5 to 6%. Now, remember, the people back then told us that inflation was transitory, right? Inflation was transitory. when again it was raging at 6, 7, 8, 9%, right? But you have inflation sitting at 2.7%, and I mean, let's be honest.
No, for real, honestly, the media has played a part in it because under Obama, even though he's not the president, we know that. But Obama, 56 people died under him when he was the president, when it came to people being deported, the ice ages and all that. 2 Americans died. Shouldn't have died. Stay at home, Karen. Makes no sense. 2 Americans died under this bullshit. No immigrants.
The long-term trend is declining. Okay, I mean, you know, it's going to have some volatility in order to eventually, hopefully, get back to 2%. But I'm just not saying the imaginary tariff inflation, right? Because in December of 2025,
She's James Brown's stunt double.
Inflation,
I said it earlier in the chat.
less food and
That
energy,
shit funny.
you know, the things that are actually affected by tariffs, right? 1.7% on an annual basis, which is less than broader inflation, right? So again, the inflation in our economy is not being driven by tariffs because, again, the rate of inflation for core goods, which again are affected by tariffs, is less, right, than the overall inflation rate. But for that reason, if you listen to these Democrats, they make you think that the inflation that we're experiencing right now is a result of tariffs, and that's just simply not the case. They don't understand the difference between one-time price level changes and inflation, right? Those are very different things, okay? I mean, I just want people to understand that a one-time price level change, right, the distortions in prices that come from tariffs is not the same thing as inflation. Inflation is a consistent month-over-month, year-over-year increase in prices, right? Mainly as a result of expansion of the money supply and demand outweighing supply, right? That is where inflation comes from, right? Tariffs are not that, okay? They're not that. But for whatever reason, this is a very hard concept for Democrats to understand, okay? This is why they're trying to go against Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on this subject of economics.
Since the so-called Liberation Day tariffs of April 2025, has the PMI been mostly above 50 or below 50?
We just had the biggest increase in over a decade, and we're well above 50 now.
Has it been mostly above 50 since April 2025?
Again, long and variable lead times in manufacturing that you may represent.
Let me ask it differently.
Financial center, not
Since April 2025, for how many months has the PMI been below 50?
Where are we now?
I'll give you January went up. So what about April to December? It was below 50 for 9 consecutive months.
Where are we now?
So the score is 9-1. 9 months of manufacturing contraction versus 1 month of expansion.
I look forward to seeing you next year.
You know what's so funny about this, right? This conversation is exactly what I'm talking about when I say that people are way too early to judge the Trump economy, right? Because this clown, Richie Torres, who is uneducated, right? It's funny how he gets on Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent about the PMI, right, which is supposed to measure the increase in manufacturing activity within the economy, right? But let's look at where was the PMI under Biden, right? In 2023, what was that at? It's consistently below 40, right? Consistently, which means contraction, right? Contraction, consistently under Biden, right? Basically, a vast majority of the second half of his presidency. Right. Now, again, was Richie Torres complaining about that? No. Okay. Now he wants to arbitrarily talk about April 2025 and where PMI was at, which, again, it's been higher for the most part than what it was during Biden's second half of his presidency. Right. But you see this in January of 2026, you see how it shot up to 52.6 points.
Amazing.
What does that suggest? That suggests that, as I've been trying to stress to people, is that when you talk about manufacturing, when you talk about supply side stimulus, right, it takes time for people to actually start to see that, right, for that to show up in the economy. Investments have to be made. Things have to be built. Plans have to be constructed. That's not something that happens overnight. So you're now starting to see, going into 2026, this huge increase in the PMI. Well, why is that? It's because the supply side stimulus, the supply side aspects of the big beautiful bill are now starting to kick. Okay, tariffs do incentivize companies to reshore back to America. That doesn't happen overnight. It's not immediate. So anybody talking about the effect of tariffs on manufacturing immediately after the implementation of the tariffs, it's just not an honest conversation, because again, it doesn't happen overnight, right? It literally takes months, if not years, for you to actually really see the effects.
Thank you.
We're talking about 6 months now after the big beautiful bill, after Trump's tariffs. Oh, all of a sudden you get this huge spike in January, which is what Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is talking about. Again, why is that? Again, because it takes time. You're now starting to see, okay, manufacturing activity is picking up as a result. You don't get a big spike like this without some type of significant policy change, right? As a result of Trump's policies, right? Again, look at where we're at under Biden for the most part, right?
Right.
And before, now all of a sudden, 6 months, there's been some time for the policies to actually kick in. Oh, now you starting to see manufacturing pick up, right? And again, this is why Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said, hey, we're going to see you next year, right? We'll see you in a year. We'll see.
Justin, thanks for subscribing,
right?
Justin.
He's saying
Thanks
that
for subscribing.
because,
Appreciate
again,
it.
we're already starting to see the results of the big beautiful bill just starting to pick up now, right? But again, it's going to take more time. People have to understand that's how supply side stimulus works.
So one of the stated policy objectives,
and we'll keep score. Okay.
One of the stated policy objectives of the Trump tariffs is to bring back domestic production. Does the Trump administration regret imposing tariffs on goods that cannot be produced domestically at scale in the United States? Do you realize in hindsight that was foolish?
Do you realize that we use the leverage to bring down tariffs from other countries to take down non-tariff
tariffs on bananas give you leverage?
Yes, with Colombia, with Brazil. I think, Congressman, you're being very naive with negotiating.
I mean, we were promised reindustrialization. A tariff on bananas did not lead to domestic banana production. It simply made bananas more expensive for American businesses and consumers. The same has led to coffee.
Countries negotiating in a more fulsome manner.
Are you willing to commit to no longer imposing tariffs on any product that has neither a domestic substitute nor a national security rationale?
That would be the definition of foolish in a negotiation.
So you're not
2 hours in.
willing
Thank
to-
you,
You're
guys.
willing to impose
Appreciate it.
tariffs that make more expensive goods that we cannot domestically produce here in the United States,
Again,
and that have no national. What is the national security nexus of bananas and coffee?
Again, why would you do that? That there are numerous things when you negotiate with Indonesia. There are things that are only made in Indonesia, but the Indonesians brought down their tariff barriers or non-tariff barriers.
I get it. We have to make bananas great again. I get it. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Yep.
Need that potassium.
Mr. Garbarino, these people are so embarrassing.
Yes, they
They're
are.
so embarrassing, right? He can't understand the concept of, hey, we have to tariff these goods as leverage to force other countries to.
Right, that's a problem with the Democrat Party. They want the shit right now. It's called long term, the long haul. The long haul is way better than that quick shit. That's the problem with people. They be voting for shit, for the quick shit. Take time. Enjoy time.
Take down their trade barriers, right?
You know?
So even if we have to tariff goods that we can't make here in the United States, we can't produce here in the United States, well, the whole point is to eventually have the tariffs fall across the board, right? We're using it as negotiating leverage because the tariff actually hurts the country that is being tariffed, right? But see, again, they don't grasp that concept. Everything that Trump does is bad. They're not willing to wait. They're not willing to say, hey, you know what? Let's give it some more time. And as you're starting to see, as I just showed you, I mean, that truflation number,
Right.
inflation, kind of going down, right? Manufacturing, starting to spike, okay? Stuff is happening, but it's going to take time. Rome was not made in a day. Earth was not made in a day. Nothing was made in a day. And I think that these Democrats are going to regret all of their criticisms of Trump's economic policies in about a year or so, right? Let's hope before the midterms. But let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
voter ID. The Senate saying they may press forward.
Now, this is a good video right here because these liberals and so-called Democrats think that me as a black man don't have a ID to go vote, drive, or even get a gun or anything like that. I don't know how to get a ID. These people are crazy. Check it out. And once again, this is Black History Month. To me, this is everybody's history. This is American history.
Forward and try to push this act forward that's passed the House. Take a listen to the polling on voter ID.
Normally, you might expect, hey, there'd be a big divide by party with Republicans really for it and Democrats really against it. But not really here. I mean, just take a look here. Favorite photo ID to vote. You got 95% of Republicans, pretty much all of them, but even 71% of Democrats favor photo ID to vote. It's not really all that controversial. The American people are with Nicki Minaj, whether they are Republican or even if they are Democrats.
Happy birthday, Salty. Happy birthday, man. When's your birthday? Blessings to you.
ID, like, question mark. They're actually fighting not to have people present ID while voting for your leaders. Do you get it? Do you get it now? Is this a winner for Republicans? Can they turn this into a winner?
As is typically the case, Nicki Minaj has got it right on
She's
the head.
leading on the political
right
front.
on the head. Voter ID, I've been working on this thing for longer than I can
Why do you
remember.
think I asked you?
It is a no-brainer. It's always been a no-brainer. It doesn't matter how you break down the constituencies. The American people have always been in favor of it.
You have to use an ID to get
Okay, the
You have
24th,
to get on
bet.
a plane. You have to.
We built a society around it, as it turns out, and so it would only make sense if you had to vote with one too. I think they ought to make these people vote on this as many times as they can, because there is no defense for not wanting voter ID at the polls. But it continues to be an issue over and over again. They ought to make this a dividing line. I don't know if it's in the context of this DHS bill. They got enough stuff to try to figure out with ICE and everything else in a short time period, but it really needs to be a central focus.
And they could get some Democrats, Kevin.
They certainly could get some Democrats. I point to my adopted home state of South Carolina that passed
Yes,
a
definitely
bipartisan
common
bill
sense that
involving
voter ID is
voter
mandatory. Yes,
extending
it
early
is.
votes, some drop locations as well. Got the Congressional Black Caucus in Columbia, South Carolina on board. That can be a model. It doesn't. Democrats don't need to uniformly oppose this just to stand in opposition to the president.
All right.
Boy. So we got to talk about a bombshell poll from CNN that pushes back directly against the narrative from the left that voter ID laws are racist. Okay, this is something that white liberals have come up with because they believe that black people and minorities are too dumb to get IDs, right? And if they believe that black people are too dumb and minorities are too dumb to get IDs, I'm not entirely sure why they think they should be able to vote, right? Maybe it's because they rely on dumb people in order to get votes, right? And because, again, they think that black people and minorities are dumb or too dumb to get voter ID, they're the perfect people for Democrats to pander to in order to get votes, right? It all kind of makes sense when you understand liberal logic, okay? But yes, they really do believe that black people and minorities are too dumb to get voter ID. Take a look.
An opinion on voter ID laws?
Yeah,
Salty, you wow.
Pretty racist and they're bad. I think voter ID laws are a way to perpetuate racism.
Would you go as far as say those laws are racist?
For sure.
Do you think it suppresses the
And these are people that vote, and they think we can't vote. Come on, y'all. Enjoy.
Definitely. Because they're less likely to have state IDs.
Minority voters are less likely to have the kinds of IDs that have been
Are y'all serious?
required.
These type of people don't live in areas with easy access to DMVs or other places where they can get identification.
You can always get IDs you do over the internet. Does that also make it difficult for black people in particular?
Yeah, you have to have access to the internet. You have to be able to pay an internet service provider for certain fees.
Do you think that's harder for black people to go online?
Well, I feel like they don't have the knowledge of how it works.
Damn.
They might not have data. For most of the communities, they don't really know what is out there just because they're not aware or they're not informed. I also think there's a repression of black voting with how if you're a convicted felon, you're not allowed to vote and everything. And when you look at swing states like Florida, that's a huge population of the African Americans.
Now I'm here in East Harlem to ask black people their thoughts on what you just heard. Do you have ID normally? You carry ID around?
Yes. CT, you hear this
Do you
shit?
carry ID? Yes, I do. Do you know any black person who doesn't carry ID? No. Everyone that I know has an ID. Why would they think they don't have ID?
That's a lie. Why would they say that?
Do you have ID?
Yes. Because I have my ID and my friends have their ID, so we know what we need to carry around.
Everybody that I know have ID. Like, that's one of the things you need to walk around with New York with, ID.
Do you know any black adult who does not have ID?
No, I don't.
The same people that said black people don't know how to get IDs are the same one that's voting and telling us black people to keep voting Democrat. Vote for the dumb shit. Vote for it. They don't know what a woman is. That shit there. It makes no sense. I'm not here to tell you to vote Democrat or Republican. I'm just sharing what I feel. But other than that, I like Trump. Stay in the chat if you want. I don't care. But it just makes no sense what's going on.
Is it a weird thing to even say that?
Yes, it is.
What is this, some type of trick candy cameras?
I know, right? That's the only thing I brought with me.
Those are legit IDs. I heard a lot also that black people can't figure out how to get to the DMV.
Where?
What's that saying?
I know it's that. It's on 25th Street.
Do you know where the DMV is right here?
It's on 125th Street and 3rd Avenue, I believe.
You know how to get there?
Yeah.
Do you have a problem getting there if you have to get there?
No.
I know these sound like silly questions. You know how to get to the DMV?
Of course.
You know where it is?
Yes.
You can get there?
Uh-huh.
No problem.
No problem.
Just checking.
Okay.
No
I
problem.
also heard a lot that black people, especially poor black people, have
Let's
no
get there, y'all,
access
to
the internet,
1,000.
can't
Let's get
figure
to
out how to use
1,000.
the internet.
That's just stupidity, honestly.
Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure why black people haven't figured out the games from Democrats in regards to how Democrats really do believe that black people are dumb, right? They're too dumb to do anything, to use the internet, to get an ID, to feed themselves, right? To get a job.
That shit crazy. You like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. That shit crazy.
This is how Democrats feel. Seriously.
Right. Like and
So, with that
subscribe.
being said, CNN is going to deliver some bad news to Democrats who are boohoo, whining, crying Jim Crow about vote ID laws, because this is not controversial. This is one of those, I mean, let's be real. I mean, this is not even 80-20. This looks like 90-10, to be honest with you. A 90-10 issue that I don't understand why is it that we already don't have universal voter ID at this point. So let's get into it.
All right, new big-time Donald Trump supporter getting a lot of attention for a tweet that she made on the issue of voter ID. Nicki Minaj wrote, quote, "What sensible, forward-thinking, cutting-edge leading nation is having a debate," all caps, "on whether or not there should be voter ID, like they're actually fighting not to have people present ID when voting for your leaders. Do you get it? Do you get it now?" CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton is with me. So voter ID, just so people understand, is the idea that someone shows a photo ID when they go to vote, when they go to cast their actual ballot, because there's a separate discussion right now about needing a passport or a birth certificate to register to vote, but the polling is all on voter ID showing an ID to vote.
Showing a photo ID to vote, and the American people are with Nicki Minaj, because what are we talking about here? So take a look here, favorite voter ID to vote. Look, I got all this polling on the screen going back since 2018. You'll notice on all of it, it's all north of 75%, 76%, 76%, 76%, 81%, and then 83% in the last year of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj. They favor photo ID to be able to vote.
What about by party? What's the party breakdown?
Yeah, normally you might expect, hey, there'd be a big divide by party with Republicans really for it and Democrats really against it. But not really here. I mean, just take a look here. Favorite photo ID to vote. You got 95% of Republicans, pretty much all of them, but even 71% of Democrats favor photo ID to vote. So again, Nicki Minaj posting that on X, and what you see is that the American people, actually, it's not really all that controversial. The American people are with Nicki Minaj, whether they are Republican or even if they are Democrats. We're talking about 7 in 10 Democrats agreeing with Nicki Minaj that you, in fact, should show a photo ID to vote.
Well, yeah, so here's the thing, right? I don't think it's quite that simple, right? I think it is quite that simple for Republicans, right? As it should be, right? Everybody should agree, yeah, you need an ID to vote. Democrats, on the other hand, I think that even though they agree, 71% of them agree, they want caveats like, for example, universal IDs, right? They want universal IDs. paid for by the government, and they want automatic voter registration, right? So I think they only really support it, and this is why I think that number is as low as it is, because I think everybody in principle kind of agrees that you need a photo ID in order to vote. Like you should have to show a photo ID in order to vote, except the actual Democrat Party, right? The people who are in Congress positions of power, they don't, because they want the illegals to vote. But I think that the actual voters, they agree, but also at the same time, they want automatic voter registration, right? So they want people to automatically be registered to vote if ID is required to vote. And I personally do not believe in automatic voter registration, because I think that that opens up the system to waste, fraud, and abuse. And I just don't think I'm ever going to agree with Democrats on automatic voter registration. Okay, voting should be something that people actually need to put effort into, right? And I know that people may find it to be controversial, but you're talking about choosing our leaders, right? People who are going to make decisions, and it should be something that people need to put some effort into to show that, hey, I really want to do it. I really want to be involved, because in my opinion, I don't think the more people who are involved, the better, right? I actually believe what the founders believe.
It's always a loophole. There's always a way to cheat. Hate to say it. There's
right?
always a way to cheat something.
Let's have
sad,
as
but it
little
is.
democracy as possible, right? When it comes to who gets to decide our leadership, right? I actually am more aligned with the founding vision of this country, right? The republic, rather than what we're taught today, which is that democracy is so great and so amazing. It's like, no, democracy is not great and not amazing, right? I'm telling you that right now. Full democracy is modeled. You don't want stupid people voting. You just don't. You don't want to automatically register people to vote. You don't want to make it super easy to vote. These are not things that you want. And the reason why is because you don't want people voting who don't know what they're voting for or why they're voting, right? That's the only reason the Democrat Party exists, right? The only reason they are competitive is because you have a lot of ignorants who are voting. Seriously, right? Seriously. If you didn't have ignorants voting, okay, if our system was, not as democratic, I think that Republicans would just sweep, to be honest with you, right? Or put it this way, the Democrat Party wouldn't be a far left party, right? They would not be a super far left party if they weren't allowed to rig elections in their own state. So I'm just saying that, I'm not a fan of everybody voting. I'm not a fan of automatic voter registration, but I am a big fan of voter ID, right? I'm a big fan of having to prove your citizenship in order to register to vote. Shouldn't be a problem to anybody who has a passport, birth certificate. I mean, these are documents that you should have anyways, right? You should have these documents regardless of who you are, right? You should have these documents. I mean, that just comes with being a responsible citizen, to have, these documents that you can use in order to verify, hey, yeah, I'm a citizen, right? Or that I was born in this country. I don't understand what's so controversial about that. But I'm just saying this 71% number comes with caveats here. It's not as straightforward as CNN is making it out to be, not the Democrats.
What's the racial breakdown?
Okay, what's the racial breakdown on this, right? Because I think a lot of people make the argument that people of color, non-white Americans, have a harder time procuring a photo ID to vote. But even here, take a look here, favorite photo ID to vote. 85% of white people favor it, 82% of Latino, 76% of Black Americans favor it. So the bottom line is this. Voter ID is not controversial in this country. A photo ID to vote is not controversial in this country. It is not controversial by party, and it is not controversial by race. The vast majority of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj that, in fact, you should have a photo ID to be able to vote.
So something of a non-controversy, in other words.
That's very good. The alliteration of Mr. John Berman, that Harvard education.
Yeah, it's only controversial to Democrats, right? Because, again, photo ID is a threat to their power and control, right? It allows people to vote who shouldn't be voting, right? But I think it's still a damn shame that 1 out of 4 Black people, so it seems, are not in favor of photo ID, right? It's almost as if 1 out of 4 Black people are drinking that Democrat Party Kool-Aid, that propaganda that somehow, some way, showing an ID to vote is racist, right? Which, I think these numbers should be even higher. Okay,
it's a good question. Where these numbers be coming from? These polls, right? I have no idea, man. That's a good question.
So, with that being said, numbers like this strongly suggest that Republicans need to grow a backbone when it comes to this issue of election integrity, right? Like, this is an issue where I think, in my opinion, it is worth reinstating the talking filibuster, right? If, they got to reinstate that in order to get it passed and force Democrats to defend being against voter ID on the House floor, then do that, right? I think that is a good thing, right? If legislation like this is popular, I think that it generally makes sense to say, hey, let's do a talking filibuster, right? A standing filibuster. I don't think it makes sense to get rid of the whole filibuster, but defense on an issue like this, again, an issue that, as you can see, the American people agree with Republicans on publicly, right? To make them do it publicly, I think is a good thing, right? I think it's a smart move. And because it's a good thing, because it's a smart move, because it makes so much sense, this is why Republican leadership in the Senate, this is why they're already kind of backing down from it.
King wants us in here.
Filibuster to try to outlast the Democratic minority under current rules. Do you have any expectation that you can succeed with that, given the enormous difficulty of doing that? The fact that the majority is not able to.
Right. Well, I guess.
Okay, Stoltz, I see what you're saying. Okay.
People that the point in the Senate is floor time. There's a finite amount of it, and we have a lot of things we have to do. There's a housing bill that's awaiting action, hopefully a market structure bill, possibly permitting reform, farm bill, highway bill. You can go right down the list. Russia sanctions. There are a whole bunch of things that could be teed up for action on the floor of the Senate. And so you have to make some judgments, and the conference will have a conversation about that. I've committed to that we will talk about that idea and determine whether or not what the conference's views are about it and how they want to proceed. As I said, we will vote on the SAVE Act, but exercising or triggering a talking filibuster has ramifications, implications that I think everybody needs to be aware of. So we will have those discussions, but that's obviously ties the floor up for an indefinite amount of time with not only unlimited debate, but also unlimited amendments.
All right, rather we had the Senate Majority Leader and the Speaker of the House speaking at the same time. That's why we're jumping back and forth. But the bill has passed funding DHS and the...
Yeah. So like I said, it makes so much sense that the weak Republicans in the Senate are probably not going to do it because, again, it makes too much sense, right? It would make Democrats look too bad, right? It would strike a huge blow to Democrats that would just be too damaging for Republicans to actually get the cojones, the stones, to do the right thing, right? It's very frustrating. It really is. But I'm hoping, right? I'm hoping that there's enough pressure put on Leader John Thune in order to do what must be done, right? Because I understand that he claims that Republicans have other priorities and they don't want to take up floor time and all that good stuff. But there's no more important of a priority than to secure our elections, right? When we talk about citizenship to register to vote, I think that's important. When you talk about voter ID, I think that's important, right? If you solve those two issues, that goes a long way when it comes to elections, right? Winning elections, yeah, if you can solve those issues, okay, and stop Democrats from finagling their elections in the blue states, right, aka stopping illegals from voting, things of that nature, who knows? They may start to struggle in some of these blue states. I don't know, right? I'm just saying that these are the most important issues, right? And to say that, well, we got other issues that we want to take care of, I understand that. But get this done, right? Get a major win done for the base. Okay, there's no bigger win than universal vote ID, universal proof of citizenship in order to register to vote. Securing our elections is the most important issue right now that Republicans can tackle in Congress. And if they can do that, then it will be a huge W. And I'm hoping that they grow enough stones to actually do this. They can certainly get it done. They have the support from the American people. I honestly really don't get why they would push this. It's an easy W, to be honest with you. But hey, again, Republicans snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, right? That's probably the best thing the Republicans are good at right now. But let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Off as only Tom Homan can. Really, really great news to share with you here today on the Trish Regan Show. We're going to talk all about Tom Homan, his big win, and how it's driving libs nuts. I mean, from Minneapolis to New York City to, even upstate New York. Letitia James has it in her head that she can still
like and subscribe, everybody. Like and subscribe. Let's get to 1,000.
We got news for her. There's such thing as the law and Tom knows it. Plus, we got to get into Nike. Oh my goodness. You know, if you thought Disney had it bad, Bob Iger, of course, being out over at Disney, which means tough luck for the View. Wow. I don't know if the Colin Kaepernicks of the world are going to get their contracts extended at Nike, because Nike's in a whole lot of trouble. The government, the federal government, suing Nike over alleged discrimination against whites thanks to all those DEI policies. We get a lot of ground to cover today, including the markets, which traded off today. Actually, the NASDAQ really getting hit the worst because there's a lot of concerns about AI and what that means for software companies. Listen, if you haven't done this, you got to, okay? Because I created this for all of you. It's my own financial.
CT, I just about to ask the chat, you know what I'm saying, how y'all guys feel about Trish, because she be coming with the receipts. She won a couple of rewards. She on it. She a journalist. Let's continue. This is about an hour-long video, so let's play it. Like and subscribe.
Research firm, and I have some pretty strong and good
like and subscribe, everybody. Let's enjoy
views on all of this. And my colleague Rob Horton has some very good analysis of all the stocks that you want to be looking at right now. So I encourage you to go to 76research.com. Take a look at those model portfolios. That's where the real value add is. But you can also just get the newsletter. It's $1 a month for the first 2 months. You can sign up with code word $1 at 76research.com. As we said, volatility is back. You need good research right now. Well, we begin, ladies and gentlemen, on Homan's stunning move there in Minnesota. They sent him in, and what are you getting but results? All kinds of results. Let's go to Homan for the big win. You know what they're actually doing? They're actually cooperating. They're actually allowing ICE now into the jails in Minnesota so that they can get the bad guys off the streets.
Get them out of here.
You know, it shouldn't have had to be this hard.
Attorney General Mayor Fry and law enforcement officials about increasing coordination in a lawful way between county jails and ICE to avoid public safety threats.
Thanks, Salty, man. I'll be back for you, man. Thank you. Thanks for subscribing, man. Thank you.
Differences. One thing was clear.
Trying to get to this 1,000, man. That's why I keep on going live. Trying to get to 1,000 and beyond.
We have made significant progress under the direction of President Trump, working with state and local officials here in Minnesota.
We'll keep bringing the receipts for you guys. Peace.
In the coming weeks. We continue to have discussions. I'll have discussions this afternoon. We currently have an unprecedented number of counties communicating with us now and allowing ICE to take custody of illegal aliens before they hit the streets. Unprecedented cooperation. Now I'll say it again. This is efficient, requires only 1 or 2 officers to assume custody of a criminal alien target rather than 8 or 10 officers going into the community and arresting that public safety threat. This frees up more officers to arrest or remove criminals.
I mean, again, is it that hard? This is so freaking obvious. Guys, I mean, why would you have people that are in jails? And by the way, law enforcement, local law enforcement has gone through the trouble and risk of arresting themselves, and then you leave them in the jail and then, jail time's up, or, you know, maybe they can't come up with who knows what they need, and then they're waiting trial, whatever. You let them back out? Like, how does that make any sense? It's like the world is turned upside down. Fitting day that they're also suing Nike, right? Because talking about world being turned upside down, where suddenly people were getting all kinds of accolades just because of the color of their skin. Give me a break. The same kind of thing, you know. If you happen to be illegal, you're going to get released. As opposed to, well, if you're an American citizen, tough luck for you. You're a criminal and you're American. They're coming after you. You're an illegal and you're in jail for a crime. Woohoo! Feel me. How is that ever right? Let's finish this.
More officers taking custody of criminal aliens directly from the jails means less officers on the street doing criminal operations.
Yeah.
This is smart law enforcement, not less law enforcement. It's safer for the community, safer for the officers, and safer for the alien. This coordination also makes it far more safe for the Twin Cities.
Okay, it absolutely makes it more safe. I mean, this is just kind of a no-brainer, and this is very obvious. This is very obvious to everyone, including well, even the Barack Obama people who put Tom Homan in charge of their major op to get all these illegals out of the country. And guess what he did? That was the most up until we had Donald Trump come along. You had the most illegals exported from the country because back then they saw it as a good thing. You know what they're doing now. You know why they did this. Like, don't kid yourself. We're talking the electoral college that they wanted to take over, and we're talking about Congress. They wanted to get more and more people into their blue states so that they could then therefore have more representation in Congress. And what do you do with all those people that you're importing here? Oh, you give them free stuff and you keep them really, really, really dependent so as to encourage more blue votes. I'll tell you, they didn't bet, though, on a lot of the blue folks not reproducing. Someone sent me a story yesterday, an analysis actually, with some data showing how, for whatever reason, those on the left can't seem to reproduce.
Damn.
So they have to import, you see, illegals. Otherwise, how are they ever going to get their populations up? You know, Tom Homan said something else really, really important here, and I want to point this out because do you know that they were obstructing ICE, literally obstructing with roadblocks? Again, what do you think this is other than impediment? Thank you very much. Well, he called them out on it, and guess what? Those ICE blockers, as they say, they're all coming down in real time. I want to show you what the local law enforcement has been forced to do thanks to one strong man, Tom Homan, and, you know, aided and abetted by one Donald J. Trump. They're taking down the blockers. Watch.
Foreign duties to enforce immigration law that Congress passed is unacceptable. And it's shameful and incomprehensible to me that this unlawful and threatening behavior is being tolerated by anyone. As far as what I saw yesterday, the roadblocks being set up, you're not going to stop ICE. You're not going to stop Border Patrol.
Nope.
The only thing is irritating your community and want to go get groceries or pick your children up or whatever. I talked to the chief of police, and he committed to taking swift action on those illegal roadblocks. They're illegal. We shouldn't tolerate them.
Right, get out the way.
Again, a complete drawdown is going to depend on the cooperation, continued cooperation of local and state law enforcement, and the decrease of the violence, the rhetoric, and the attacks against ICE and Border Patrol. The federal law enforcement personnel, ICE and CBP, and other partner agencies are patriots.
Right.
Yeah. You know, that's a really important thing that he's saying, and they've been so vilified by all of this. And why have they been vilified? Because it's in the left's interest to do so. I think it's also in the left's interest to try to make ICE seem as bad as it is because they want to get all of these people out of the city. Now, why do they want to get all of these people out? It's pretty darn simple, guys. They don't want them looking into all the things that they're looking into. I see you're actually saying, as I look at some of the comments here in real time, here's the good news, okay? So I think you should all take heart in this. The good news is they're not going to be successful on that front because I don't think Treasury is going to give up. I don't think Congress is going to give up. And they're all investigating Ilhan Omar right now, despite her going out on a rant yesterday.
Send her ass in Somalia.
Again, she wants
She filed.
and she wants Kristi Noem gone. I mean, Kristi Noem already is gone, so I don't know what she's complaining about there. She wants Stephen Miller gone. Ha! Fat chance with that, lady. Anyway, Ilhan Omar, you can see she's nervous, and it's because of everything we've been talking about over the last 2 days. We've done this deep dive, and I encourage you, if you have not seen yesterday's show or the day before, you need to go back and watch this because I've been looking at all of her financials with fine-tooth comb, and it is not good for Ilhan Omar. I actually firmly believe, and I'm not saying this is not hyperbole. There we go. I'm sounding like her right now.
Damn.
The Coonies. You know, Tom Homan and his Coonies. Cronies. Anyway, we did a pretty deep dive, and I think her husband's got some real funny stuff going on. I'm just going to say it. I actually think the two of them could wind up in jail because of not just back taxes, the $403,000 that they haven't paid, but all the funny things that have gone on with that so-called venture capital firm, as well as the winery. All that aside, let's just listen to the hysteria for a moment and react.
Which is Stephen Miller.
We gotta go. We gotta
when
go.
we say it is time for Kristi Noem to
Like and
go,
subscribe.
we
Like
mean
and
it now.
subscribe. Thank you. Thank you.
When we say there needs to be accountability for the architect of the terror we are facing in Minneapolis and so many other cities, which is Stephen Miller, we mean we need accountability for him now. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for joining the call to get ICE out of our cities, for us to dismantle this department that is not just rogue, but unlawful. And yes, obviously, if Kristi Noem does not resign and the president doesn't fire her, Democrats are ready and willing to impeach her.
Okay. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Look, Kristi's no longer there, but take that with a grain of salt, because as I've said from the
H, thanks for
beginning,
joining the chat.
you guys are in worse shape with Tom Homan there. I've known him for
Yeah,
a
arrest
long
them
time.
all.
He's a very good man.
Arrest them all. Like and subscribe.
And he's
Yep.
there to
Get his
get the
ass
job
up out of here.
No theatrics. It's Barbie. By the way, I like that nickname. You guys are like, why did you call her that? I'm like, I like that nickname. Hey, if somebody called me Barbie, I'd be totally fine with it. I thought it was a compliment. But, I don't look and see a beautiful woman and somehow say that because she's beautiful, she's therefore less. That's the left's crazy prejudice, not mine. Anyway, I think that the reality is a little bit less of the theatrics and the drama and the cameras and a lot more of Tom just doing his job because he's a hard worker and he's there on mission. But these Democrats that go on and on, ICE, and the people all riled up like this one.
Right, stand up, America. You're right.
It hurts our ears, right? But those are the protesters there in Minnesota, and the people have gotten so agitated. You see these women that are like on the verge of total hysteria, and even I'm sorry, the Preddy situation.
Like and subscribe. Thanks for joining the
video of the
chat.
guy like kicking and shouting at these ICE officers, and I'm not saying that anything in any way, shape, or form justifies people dying in the streets. It doesn't. But you've got to understand that our lawmakers need to have some responsibility. I mean, they may want to create a revolution, right? Why? Like, what? Because Donald Trump is in office? Are you kidding me? You selfish, disgusting people. Here's Jason Chaffetz, former congressman from Utah, talking about these things on one of my former employers. We have a few. I've crossed over to the other side. Here he is on Fox News.
These politicians who are fueling the flames. I don't believe a single Democrat out there. There's not a single Democrat out there that can stand up with integrity and say, "Oh, we got to take down the temperature. Oh, we want to coexist.
Thank you. Thank you.
Show me that you're actually doing that, because you're not. You're fueling the flame. You're inciting people. You're actually telling people it's okay, and people are going to get hurt. And they are terribly irresponsible. They need to be taken down politically.
It's a long video, so let's enjoy. It's a long video.
This is not acceptable behavior in today's America.
Thank you, Jason. I agree 1,000%. It's just not acceptable. And you know what you're looking at increasingly? The revival of the Insurrection Act, right, of 1807. I don't actually get to this, and I think it was important to the president to not have it get to this. It's one of the reasons why he put Tom Homan in there, and Tom is doing a great job, right? So who's going to complain now? But he's got the right to. And sometimes I look at it and say, for goodness sakes, he may have to, because you have such crazy Democrats there that are willing to risk it all, roll the dice, all for the sake of trying to make him look bad. Well, it would make him look bad. I mean, one of you guys pointed out the other day that Bush was not reelected after putting in place the Insurrection Act after Rodney King riots, and then somebody else put in the Dwight Eisenhower was not reelected after having sent the National Guard in for Little Rock, Arkansas, so that you could have the integration of the schools. Very, very interesting. And so it's not necessarily a popular move. It's not the go-to. The president saying on Truth Social over the weekend, well, fine, I'm not going to give them any help. Out in LA, you guys want to have all those riots? Good luck. I'm not helping at all. You're on your own because you made your bed, you're going to lie in it. So that's another approach to take. I get it, right? He's so sick of them all. I actually want to see some kind of solution to all of it. Let me go to an interview that he just did here. Let me see if I can pull this up, because he was just on NBC News. So this is fresh, hot off the presses. He, by the way, called Savannah Guthrie and expressed his condolences. He's a class act. He really is, despite what they want to say about him. But let's go to the Meet the Press interview here with Donald Trump.
Okay, let's drill down into the news today. That big change on immigration, 700 officers leaving Minneapolis. Did that come from you?
Yes, it did. But it didn't come from me because I just wanted to do it. We have
we are waiting for them to release prisoners, give us the murderers that they're holding, and all of the bad people, drug dealers, all of the bad people. We allowed in our country, I'd say 25 million people with an open border policy for 4 years under Biden and that group, the auto pen group, I call them. We allowed to come into our country people the likes of which no country would accept. And we're getting them out, but we've gotten a lot of them out. So crime now in Minnesota, crime now in Minneapolis is down. Crime in all cities is down. And you know why it's down? It's down because of us. It's down in Chicago by 25%, despite the fact that we are always
How you doing, Barney? Thanks for joining the chat.
And they happen to be Democrats.
Speaking of
that don't know anything about crime prevention.
Mr. President, speaking of Minneapolis, what did you learn?
I learned that maybe we can use a little bit of a softer touch, but you still have to be tough. These are criminals. We're dealing with really hard criminals. But look, I've called the people. I've called the governor. I've called the mayor, spoke to them, had great conversations with them, and then I see them ranting and raving out there. Literally.
Hey, it's named my show, Deontay Red and Raves podcast show.
And they're not gonna lose this political opportunity and this momentum.
Yeah, he's done a great job. He's not in no basement. He's not eating no ice cream. We see him in front of the camera. No teleprompter. Trump doing it.
And they recognize that this is their moment. Tim Walz, the failed politician, who will never be remembered. I mean, I can't, to this day, quite tell the difference between him and Tim Kaine. Do you remember who Tim Kaine is? He's the other Timmy who ran alongside Hillary Clinton, who, by the way, is going to be up in front of Congress talking about, all those files that just came out because, you see, she doesn't want to go to jail like Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon did. So she and her hubby are going to have to be on display. But, he ran with one Hillary Clinton, and then the other, this Timmy, out in Minnesota, ran with the woman who preferred, I prefer never to have to say her name again, but nonetheless. And so I think that he would have been just remembered as like a footnote in history, and he's trying to seize this opportunity and seize this moment to really do the right thing and show everyone he's capable of this, that, and the other. I mean, forget the fact that they had so much fraud there. It was disgusting. And it all happened under his watch. And I'm sorry, I'm not getting away from that. I really am not, because when I look at all that fraud and I see the amount of money that they were taking out of the city of Minneapolis in 2 years' time, $700 million, getting taken out in suitcases. I mean, what the heck kind of place is it? Second largest place, by the way, is Ohio. It was the second largest Somali population. Amazing, right? I mean, coincidence? I think not. So there's a lot of digging that still has to be done, and things are going to come out. And they've got a whistleblower program that they're putting in place at Treasury so that these people, as Besson says, the rats will turn on each other. I mean, it's really quite something. So there's much more to come. Speaking of Bessent, I want to get to some of his testimony there in front of Congress today, because he kind of let Maxine Waters have it. Oh, that's always good. And I want to get to this Nike story, and I want to get back to Ilhan Omar and the sketchy, sus financing. But first, I want to tell you about 120 Life, because we have some new sponsors here on the show in the new year, and this is a great one. It tastes really good, actually. I've tried. I do actually have some family members who struggle with high blood pressure. It's the number one mortality risk. I hate even saying that when I think about my loved ones. And I think it's critical to stay in good health and just be aware, right, of all the challenges out there. And so this is one way you can fight back against some of these concerns. High blood pressure is the number one risk factor for mortality. Half of all adults, literally 1 in 2, have it. So if you're one that has it, you're not alone, okay? Not alone. And I know a lot of close loved ones that have this. So as we are in a new start to the year, you got to think about what are the things that you can do to help yourself. You want to eat better, you want to move more, you want to take your health seriously. But blood pressure, it's often overlooked. People don't really think about blood pressure, and they don't check their blood pressure. So check. Great guy, Buddy, just joining us and making a comment there about one Tim Walz. But as we consider what's going on here with Colin Kaepernick, I think this is really rather telling here. I also want to look at, here we go. I almost lost my camera for a second. The interpretation of this, even as recently as today, because I was looking at AI and they seem to have a very positive view of this entire campaign. It was for the 30th anniversary of the Just Do It campaign. And so they had this initiative, which was about believing in something. It was the dream crazy thing. And, a 2018 campaign following all his nonsense at the NFL games where he refused to stand. And I'll show you a snippet of it here in The View, as well as The View's reaction, because, basically you need to pull up the stanza. If The View likes something, you want to run as far away as you can from it. And it's probably going to come back to bite you from historical standards if The View has ever liked it. And sure enough, this one's coming back to bite Nike pretty badly, because it's alleged that they fired people just because of their race. Because they didn't have a certain race, they were sent packing. And I'm sorry, that's not okay anymore.
I thought when it was unveiled yesterday, here's a little bit of it.
Believe in something, even if it means sacrificing. When they talk about the greatest team in the history of the sport, make sure it's your team. If you have only one hand, don't just watch football, play it at the highest level. And if you're a girl from Compton, don't just become a tennis player. Become the greatest athlete ever. Yeah, that's more like it. So don't ask if your dreams are crazy. Ask if you're crazy enough.
Like I said, that's an indicator right there when they're screaming yeah.
Right. Damn.
This is just a little piece of it. We'll make sure that we put it up on the View website so you can see all of it, because it is an inspiring ad. It focuses on aspiring athletes and it avoids the knee controversy.
Excuse me, it's inspiring for who? It's inspiring for who? Like, it's inspiring for, I guess it's inspiring, but it's inspiring to a very specific class of people. Let's be very clear. They were making it very known that they didn't want anybody. They didn't look like Colin Kaepernick or Venus Williams, Serena Williams, getting ahead in the company. Yeah, and that's why they are now being investigated by the federal government, as they should be, because that is, Harvard found this out the hard way, against the law.
It is everything that Nike has stood for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Be the best. Do it. Just do it. Don't be afraid of it. Yeah. Do it. And know that sometimes there are consequences to what you do. Now, as Americans, we do just do it. So what do you think people will think of it once they actually see it? You might be a little pissed off that you burned your stuff and you didn't have to.
Yeah. And it's being played tonight, is my understanding, during the NFL game.
Yeah.
I think it's the Falcons and the Eagles. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
In Philly.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good. It may make me be interested.
They're just gross, right? They're fawning on okay, so they brought Colin Kaepernick in. Colin Kaepernick, who's not much of a football player, by the way, and still wasn't really able to succeed on the football front. Colin Kaepernick wouldn't even have a career if it wasn't for him deciding he's going to take a knee and he's not going to stand for the national anthem, our great national anthem, which I'll sing all day. Thank you very much. As you know. Anyway, yeah, I will sing that one all day. Maybe we'll play that at the end of the show. Something to look forward to, okay? But I don't have a lot of respect for this guy. I think he's nothing but a total tool that seized a political movement and his whole believe in something. Believe in what? Like, you know what I believe in? I believe in equality of opportunity. I mean, we ought to make sure that everybody's got a good shot at something. But listen, buddy, you're not going to get there just because you want to bash everybody else. You actually have to be able to succeed in the game. Right? Colin Kaepernick is where he is not because he's a good football player, but because he decided to take shots at the rest of the country. And by the way, his own company was so stupid, they bought it, hook, line, and sinker. Now, John Donahue, who, by the way, also said some weird things about China, like, Nike is meant for China. I can't remember the exact quote. He got in a lot of trouble because it turned out that China was doing some pretty bad things, right? I think we all know that. And yet he just kept defending China and wasn't going to not do business with China because, hey, they pay the almighty dollar, I guess, in China to John Donahue. He's going to wind up out of a job. Mark my words. Bob Iger just got, pushed aside. He allegedly is choosing to resign. Yeah, right. This guy never wants to resign. So Bob Iger over at Disney is having to leave amid the investigation into his DEI initiatives. And now, John Donahue, the same thing could happen to you.
As you know, China is a very important market to us. Phil Knight entered China 40 years ago, and he took a very long-term view. He was early, and it took years for the business to build up. So we've always taken a long-term view in China, and as you and I have talked several times during the last several years, we're trying to maintain very much of a
right. The stupidest thing he done.
There have been
Should
ups
have
and
done
downs
this shit.
over history, and we're blessed where we have strong leadership position. In addition to our supply chain, it's an important end user market. It's part of our supply chain, but even more important, it's an important end user market for us where Chinese consumers, we're the Jordan, the Nike, and the Converse brands are the leading brands with really strong connections with consumers in China.
Isn't it risky, though, to go so deep into China, especially on technology?
The good news is we are not a strategic industry, right? And so you're
your American brand.
But
you're clearly not that strategic. You made some really pretty dumb choices there.
Damn.
Being as hard as you did into the DEI nonsense. And now the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, otherwise known as the EEOC, is investigating Nike. They have actually put forward some subpoenas, and the agency is alleging that Nike may have engaged in a pattern or practice of disparate treatment against white employees, applicants, and training program participants in areas like hiring, promotion, layoffs.
Thank you guys for standing with me in the chat. Thank you for standing with
So
me.
what I'm going to tell
Thank
you
you
again,
guys.
I actually happen to have some very specific and inside info on this because I knew some people that were pretty high up in management, still do know them, and that are no longer at Nike. And when they left, what I was told was basically, if you're a white man, forget about it. Okay? Like, you aren't going to have a future at Nike. You're going to have to look for another company, and fast.
Damn.
It was during COVID, etc. Like, not a good time. But they were getting rid of white men as fast as they could because you did not want to be a white man. It was like a hot potato. Ooh, well, let's get rid of this one and that one. I don't care. They worked there 30 years. Doesn't really matter. So the federal investigation now is about whether or not Nike's internal DEI-related policies and however it is that they were implemented resulted in unlawful discrimination against employees based on race. And not just whether or not Nike had any diversity goals, but whether or not there was actually law breaking that went on because there was actual discrimination. It all started following those George Floyd protests, right? In 2020, that's when they ratcheted up. And you had, again, Nike saying things like, well, we got to have 50% women. We got to have 30%. I mean, it's crazy. Just like, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And
Yeah, she can talk.
She can
talk, man.
We're only going to hire people that look like. I mean, especially nowadays, right? Hey, all a guy needs to do is say, I really feel like I'm a black transgender woman. Forget this white male label thing. I'm really a black transgender woman. And then what are you going to do, Nike? I mean, the whole thing is so freaking bogus and disgusting there. That's my New Englander coming out. And this was all part of it indeed. And, they look back with all these positive accolades about that 2018 branding initiative that morphed into something else entirely in 2020. And I say, you know what? They deserve this. They deserve every single bit of this, as does Disney. Okay, that's the other company that deserves a whole lot of stuff. But before I get to Disney, one little last tidbit for you. Do you remember when they did this? They got this little, what do we call them? Can we see that? Oh, is it not playing? We'll try again. Let's see here. Because, who doesn't want to watch Dylan Mulvaney jumping around in a sports bra? I mean, this is when, to me, like this is an example of Nike just jumping the shark. They hired Dylan Mulvaney in order to promote their women's sports bras. Well, that is just beyond idiotic. And it shows you how they were so obsessed with wokeism that they really couldn't get out of their own way. And it is pretty darn gross. But, other companies have had this problem too. I'm looking at you, Disney. I'm definitely looking at you. And you know what? The Disney CEO is paying the price. The guy who runs the parks, the only division that seems to be doing well, Unlike the entertainment division, right? The entertainment division is disaster. The parks division and the cruise division seems to be doing okay. And that would be Josh tomorrow. He's going to be coming in and replacing one Bob Iger, which has the ladies on The View just freaking out because if you listen to this show, you know this. Disney owns ABC. ABC News is the producer of The View. And they're already under a ton of pressure because Brandon Carr, who now runs the FCC under Donald Trump, has been very, very noisy. And he has launched an investigation into the same exact stuff that Nike's getting hit with. So the DEI stuff and the sort of exclusion of people, they couldn't be in certain groups and certain training programs if they didn't have the right skin color. That's a big problem for Disney. And Bob Iger's actually on tape. I've showed it to you before, bragging about how wonderful their whole initiative is on DEI. Well, DEI is like, again, the hot potato. You don't want this anymore. You really don't want this anymore. You never should have wanted it because it is in violation of federal law, and that's coming back to haunt them in a big, big way.
Leaving, we talked to Bob Iger
I hope
today.
they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f*** yourself. But go f*** yourself. Is that clear?
Simple shit. Like and subscribe, everybody.
Well, let me ask you then.
That's how I feel.
That's how I feel. End of story. You see, he was talking about Bob Iger. Bob Iger, the CEO of Disney. At the time, he had just taken over X. And Disney was one of the big advertisers on Twitter. And so once he came in and made it X, Bob Iger said, well, we're not spending any money here. No way. And so he was trying to drive them effectively out of business. And that was Elon's version of F you, Bob. Well, guess what? He really did sort of F over Bob because Bob's gone and Elon is still there. Well, he's the wealthiest guy in the world, right? So he's still there and he's thriving. Disney's Bob Iger is getting ready for the retirement. Here we go. We get the investigation going on, similar, as I said to you, of what's going on with Nike.
All right, CT. I'll be back soon. Thanks for joining the chat, man. Thank you so much for subscribing as well. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Business of DEI because it's not good for your stock, for goodness sakes. Just look at Disney stock. Look at what those bombs at the box office have done to Disney. They can't come up with a movie idea to save their lives over there. I mean, Melania beat Zootopia in the box office last weekend, and she was a documentary. Thank you very much. So they have no new ideas. They keep coming up with sequels, and they just want to wokeify all the sequels. And so suddenly the Little Mermaid has to be a black Little Mermaid. I don't care, but it's just sort of silly and a little bit weird. Can you not come up with your own character? I mean, you want another mermaid, you want to make her black, like, fine, like, find a story that works, but don't try and reinvent the story that's already there. It's a little nauseating after a while and shows your total lack of creativity. Snow White, oh, wow, that was a bad movie. And I went with my kids.
Is she okay? Yeah, she can talk for hours, man.
Other kids, none of the other kids had any interest in it. Anyway, he's all over them, Brandon Carr. He's all over Bob Iger. He sent a letter to Bob Iger back in March of 2026. So we're coming up on
So we got to talk about old Chuck, Chuck Schumer and the Democrat Party because they are about to absolutely step in it, but they're in between a rock and a hard
I like Trish, but she do talk for a long time. But I like her though. She cool. She know her shit.
place at this point. And what I mean is the SAVE Act, okay? Right, making sure that only American citizens are allowed to vote. Well, of course, Chuck Schumer come out and opposed it. He said it's DOA, dead on arrival in the Senate. And I want to talk about it a little bit because he is absolutely on the wrong side of this, including with his own party. So let's jump into it. I want to play Chuck Schumer's comments first, and then we'll get into some of the other stuff. So check it out.
We've got to get this done, and we've got to get it done very quickly. The SAVE Act is an abomination. It's Jim Crow 2.0 across the country. We are going to do everything we can to stop it.
This man needs to retire.
You ever notice
notice
Step the fuck down,
they
Chuck.
want to oppose something, they go with like the most extreme, right? They go with the most extreme wording. No, this is Jim Crow 2.0. Yeah, making sure people have to have an ID to vote is Jim Crow 2.0. Okay. I want to show you guys something. It's quite interesting. What do you notice on this map here?
Only the blue states don't want it.
What do you notice? Is there a recurring theme here? I think so. I think so. Every single state where no ID required, -1, is blue.
Yep.
No ID, no ID, no ID, no ID. Well, this is non-photo. No ID, no ID, no ID. There's a couple non-photos and no ID, no ID. All of these, I guess -2. Okay, this is ID required, ID required. But every single state where there's no ID, they're all blue. Every single one of them. Every single one. Interesting how that works, isn't it? Interesting how that works. I'm just saying. But if you take a look at some of the polling that has come out in regards to this whole ID issue, Democrats are actually underwater on this one. Check it out from here in CNN.
The American people are with Nicki Minaj, because what are we talking about here? So take a look here. Favorite voter ID to vote. Look, I got this polling on the screen going back since 2018. You'll notice on all of it,
pin in.
it's
Thanks for
all
joining the
north of
chat.
75%.
Thanks for joining the chat. Like and subscribe.
76%, 76%, 81%, and then 83% in the last year of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj. They favor photo ID.
Let's get to 1,000, everybody. Let's get to 1,000.
Yeah,
Why
normally
not?
you might expect, hey,
Like
there'd
and
be a
subscribe.
big divide by party with Republicans really for it and Democrats really against it. But not really here. I mean, just take a look here. Favorite photo ID to vote. You got 95% of Republicans, pretty much all of them, but even 71% of Democrats favor photo ID to vote. So again, Nicki Minaj posting that on X, and what you see is that the American people actually, it's not really all that controversial. The
How you
American
doing,
people
Brian?
are with Nicki Minaj, whether they are Republican or even if they are Democrats. We're talking about 7 in 10 Democrats agreeing with Nicki Minaj that you in fact should show a photo ID to vote.
What's the racial breakdown?
Okay, what's the racial breakdown on this, right? Because I think a lot of people make the argument that people of color, non-white Americans, have a harder time procuring a photo ID to vote. But even here, take a look here, favorite photo ID to vote. 85% of white people favor it, 82% of Latino, 76% of Black Americans favor it. So the bottom line is this. Voter ID is not controversial in this country. A photo ID to vote is not controversial in this country. It is not controversial by party, and it is not controversial by race. The vast majority of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj that, in fact, you should have a photo ID to be able to vote.
So something of a non-controversy.
That's very good. The alliteration of Mr. John Berman, that Harvard education, paying off once again.
Harold,
A non-controversy. So when Chuck Schumer comes out and says, this is Jim Crow 2.0, well, most of America disagrees. Because you have to have an ID for a lot of different things. You pull up to the liquor store, you think they're going to hand you anything? Nope. And I would say that buying a bottle of liquor is not as important as voting for the leaders of this country. I mean, I would think that one is a lot more important than buying a bottle of liquor. So I think
My brain undid. My
an
bad.
idea is just real simple, right?
I read it
all
kind of
this
quick.
talk of, well, people of color, they have
My
such
bad
a
for
hard
butchering your
time. It's
name. My
like,
bad.
wait a minute. So you think we still? It reminds me of I can't think of his name right now. Ami Horowitz. I showed you guys the video clip probably a couple years ago now. Ami Horowitz went out and was doing some street interviews, and the topic of discussion was voter ID. And of course, he went up to a bunch of white liberals, and they said the tagline, people of color are disproportionately blah blah blah. The BS that they spew, the racist BS that they spew. And then he went up to black people. He was like, "Yo, you got an ID?" You know what they all said? Of course. You know anybody without it? You know any person of color without an ID? No, we all have IDs. If you didn't have one, do you know where to get one? Yeah, of course. And one of the guys gave directions and everything right where to go and get one. So it's like, bro, what you think that low of us? So where you think black people aren't able to figure out how to get an ID or can't afford to get an ID or simply are walking around without IDs, it's crazy. But white liberals will tell you that they're not racist, but in reality, they're the most racist individuals amongst us. The fact that they think that all black people are idiots or something. It's the same thing with Kathy Hochul, the Democrat governor of New York, when she said black kids don't know how to use computers. It's like, what? You think we're cavemen or something? Like, she literally said that out of her own mouth.
Right. What is this I'm using?
The next day when she got a bunch of backlash. But it's like, no, stand on it. You said it, so stand on it. Now, if that had been Trump, we'd still be hearing about that today. How many Democrats are talking about that now, though? Not a one. Not a one. Crazy. Now, I want to play what Senator Thune had to say about this. If you guys aren't familiar with Senator Thune, it is the guy that I'm always talking about and angry about because he is the Senate Majority Leader, Republican Senate Majority Leader out of South Dakota. So South Dakota, vote this mother lover out. Check out what he had to say.
Okay, let's listen here.
Filibuster, try to outlast the Democratic minority under current rules. Do you have any expectation that you can succeed with that, given the enormous difficulty of doing that? In fact, the big majority have not been able to.
Right. Well, I guess I would just remind people that the coin in the realm in the Senate is floor time of it. And we have a lot of things we have to do. There's a housing bill that's awaiting action, hopefully a market structure bill, possibly permitting reform, farm bill, highway bill. You can go right down the list. Russia sanctions. There are a whole bunch of things that could be teed up for action on the floor of the Senate. And so you have to make some judgments. The conference will have a conversation about that. I've committed to that we will talk about that idea and determine whether or not what the conference's views are about it, and how they want to proceed. As I said, we will vote on the SAVE Act, but exercising or triggering a fucking filibuster has ramifications, implications that I think everybody needs to be aware of. So we will have those discussions, but that's obviously ties the floor for an indefinite amount of time with not only unlimited debate, but also unlimited amendments.
All right, rather we had the Senate Majority Leader and the Speaker of the House speaking at the same time.
Basically, what he's saying there is that Senate Republicans aren't going to get tough on the issue. Not going to end the filibuster. Not going to reenact the talking filibuster. Right? It's going to keep it going as is. And that is why I continually say it's not enough for us just to have Uncle Trump in office. We got to show up in these midterms. We got to show up, right? Win, lose, or draw, right, on the overall numbers. But people like Lindsey Graham, they've got to go. Got to go, right? He's got to be voted out. People like John Cornyn, got to be voted out. There has to be a clear message sent in these midterms, right, with these rhinos. There has to be a clear message sent. Otherwise, we're going to keep getting this type of weak, pathetic leadership. I don't even call that leadership. Like, right? I can't even call that leadership. That's just. And you know what's funny? John Thune is, of course, a Mitch McConnell protege. What do you know? Mitch McConnell. Goodness gracious. Thank goodness Mitch McConnell's out of there. But also, we got to make sure Mitch McConnell is replaced with somebody that is America first and not just another rhino. So that is massively important. So we have to show up in the midterms. It's not enough to just show up in the big elections, every 4 years. We got to show up in the midterms, even in the off-year elections, right? There were some elections over this past year or so that we should have been able to win, but we don't show up. If you don't show up, you can't win. Of course, Democrats are always going to show up. They're always trying to rile up their base emotionally with something else,
Right.
And it's unfortunate because we could be so much better. So much better. I mean, we're already light years ahead of the Democrat Party, but we could be so far ahead if we didn't have rhinos like John Thune in office. My goodness, man. My goodness. Weak and pathetic. weak and pathetic. And then, of course, I want to play what Paulina Luna had to say. Somebody that is actually an America First Republican out of the House. Check it out.
Leader Schumer says SAVE Act will be dead on arrival in the Senate and warns of another GOP shutdown. So let's talk about the SAVE Act, because it's not just him. It's another old dude out there, one that Mitch McConnell, many say, is also holding this thing up.
Yeah, so again, in the Senate right now, they have this thing called the filibuster, and the Republican senators will not vote to remove that, even though it's been one of the main things that have been responsible for holding back President Trump's agenda. But I think what's most important here is that right now, unless the tool of a standing filibuster is implemented, actually does not have the votes to actually get voter ID through in a traditional fashion. And so that's why when you saw my opposition to the SAVE Act, I also understand that Chuck Schumer wants to shut down the government so that he can stop all ICE operations. Let me be clear. Yesterday, Chuck Schumer also said he wants mass amnesty for over 22 million illegals. In fact, they are looking to actively replace American voters with illegal voters. That is from his lips directly. Now, we know that there's overwhelming support from Black, Hispanic, white, Asian Americans for voter ID. Everyone is seeming to have common sense on this topic except for the Senate. And so that is why there have been talks among the senators to include Leader Clear on something called the standing filibuster that actually has to be initiated in the House via parliamentary procedure. And so we will be voting on something called the Save America Act. That's something that President Trump wants and has championed. The Save America Act will include voter ID, but a number of other things that will secure the home front. And so that'll be coming, I think we'll be talking about it here in the next few weeks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Shout out to Ana Paulina Luna.
Like and subscribe. Thank you, guys.
Spain. I was trying to look it up a second ago. I want to say it was Spain that recently allowed, like, literally all of the illegals in their country to vote. How do you think that's going to play out? Yeah, the right
That's
isn't going
insane.
to win in that country, like, basically ever again. Ever. And that is exactly what Chuck Schumer is attempting to do. I want to see if I can pull that back up, because I came across the clip and I didn't save it. Let me see here. We have a population. Yeah, I think here it is. Short of workers, we have a population that is not reproducing it on its own with the same level that it used to. The only way we're going to have a great future in America is if we welcome and embrace immigrants, the dreamers, and all of them, because our ultimate goal is to help the dreamers, but get a path to citizenship for all 11 million or however many undocumented there are. There you have it. That's their plan, which we already knew from the beginning, you know. But it's another thing when you actually hear them say it, you know.
Right.
When you hear them say it out loud, it hits a little differently than just speculating, you know. So also on that issue, contrary to popular belief, and this is something that I'm always talking about and I'm always trying to remind you all of, because I know it can be a little overwhelming when you're seeing all of these clips, all of this different footage. Most of Americans support deporting illegals in America back to their country of origin. Here's a poll from Signal, okay? Net support. Democrats, of course, minus 42, but Republicans, almost 100% support. Independents, plus 23, and swing voters, plus 37. So if you come down here, let me throw this bigger on your screen. Republicans supported at a 97% clip, right? Deporting illegals back to their country of origin. Independents, who are the voters that like genuinely matter. 60% of those individuals agree with deporting illegals back to their country of origin, right? Swing voters, 64% of swing voters, people that go either way, support deporting illegals back to their country of origin. And of course, you got Democrats way down here at 25%. But overall, you got 61%. 61. So a majority of the country supports deporting illegals back to their country of origin. So regardless of whatever you're seeing, you know, online or on your TV, just know that we are the majority. We are on the right side, right? We are on the popular side of this issue. We are on the winning side of this issue. Most Americans agree with us. 100%. And there was just another poll, just to prove it. So we'll see how this all plays out, man. I don't see it playing out very well for us. I don't think this whole SAVE Act thing is going to get passed, unfortunately, because of our weak leadership. And that's our fault. Once again, that is our own fault. The fact that we allowed somebody like Mitch McConnell to stay in the Senate for so long is crazy to me. It's absolutely mind-boggling to me. I'm genuinely curious on what types of ads Mitch McConnell has been running over the years to continually convince people to vote for him. I'm genuinely curious. Like, this isn't me taking a shot at anybody that's voted for him, but I'm honestly curious. Or if just, you voted for him because you just weren't really paying attention.
Wasn't paying attention, no research.
That's a lot of folks, right? We all have lives.
Gotta do your research.
We all have other things to do, other concerns. So I get it, if you're not really paying attention too much to politics, you just know, hey, Mitch McConnell's a Republican. I'm a Republican. I generally agree with Republicans. So yeah, I'm gonna vote for Mitch McConnell. Sure. I'm sure that's probably more how it played out. But y'all let me know in the comments, man. What are these folks? What kind of ads are they running? What are they doing to continually convince folks to vote for them? What's John Thune doing? What has Mitch McConnell been doing? What's
The first is the fact that there are two genders. There are two genders. I'm sorry that y'all have grown up in a country where they have catered to your imaginations. I am so sorry that you have grown up in a country that tells you you're allowed to switch your biology. I am so sorry that they tell you it is natural when it involves surgery and hormones and countless procedures. I am sorry that they have fed into this identity delusion. But what I am not sorry for is telling you the truth. I love everybody enough to tell them the truth. It's just that simple. So you think an uncomfortable truth warrants all of these slurs.
How's it? Sir,
Why are you calling a woman a man? I mean, what kind of guy does that?
Well, let's get back to this uncomfortable truth.
The trans industry is about to be on the decline because someone actually sued for detransitioning and won. Long story short, a girl was turned into a man and had her breast cut off at the age of 16. Now she's 22, doesn't agree that she was mentored correctly on that transitioning, and sued for $2 million and won. The reason this is important is this is the first time that a case has been won by someone who is detransitioning, which means anybody who is detransitioning can start suing the people who performed malpractice. And lawsuits are one of the many political tools in the arsenal of anybody because they create a financial incentive to go after an industry. Much how the transitioning industry wants to convince people they are trans so that they can earn money off of forever chemicals like testosterone and doing surgeries. Now that gets flipped on its head and people can actually earn money by suing the people who have now harmed them. Politics is one thing, but financial gain is another. And when you can mix financial gain with something political, that's what creates a force of power, which means people who've been wrongly taken advantage of can now attack and destroy an industry that did that to them.
Who am I to deny what the Lord can do? Who am I to deny what the Lord can do? Who am I to deny what the Lord can do? It's easy for you.
Yes, Lord. Yeah, surgeries and hormones, but it's so natural. It's not natural. Y'all need this bubble bursted. And apparently y'all are poisoning the youth, indoctrinating them in your nonsense. All these cartoons. You got math teachers on TikTok telling people about gender identity.
Elementary school is full of ubiquitous stuff and pronouns. Books with graphic images. Y'all think it's okay to make awkward teens feel like they need to change their biology? You're truly evil people. And I'm glad adults are back in the room. And you know how y'all are supposed to be the party of tolerance and love? There is no love like liberal hate. I thought y'all were supposed to be pro-minority.
Like and subscribe, everybody.
Anti-racism.
If you're new in the chat, like and subscribe. If you're new in the chat, like and subscribe. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're hurling around hard.
Trying to get to 1,000. Why not?
You see, Malcolm X once said, you have to beware. Hard R's? What kind of a guy does that? You see, Malcolm X once said, you have to beware of the liberal because the liberal is like a fox. The conservative wolf, at least you can see a wolf coming. It's really hard for a conservative to hide his true nature because conservatives are very confident in who they are. Liberals constantly hide their intentions. Like, did you hear this person in the background? Did you hear them? Not only were they calling him a hard R, they think they're clever with their historical references, calling him a house hard R. And the best part about this video is the temperature of the room. Ironically, they're outside. Everyone is more upset at the ICE agent for calling a man a man.
Why are you calling a woman a man?
Than they are a white man calling a black man a house N-word. So to recap the three things I wanted to talk about: the delusion, there are only two genders, the fact that liberals think they're on a high horse with their race politics, but they're proving in real time how racist they can actually be, and three, the fact that the crowd of liberals was so comfortable with his racism. Nobody said anything to him. Nothing. You didn't hear a, hey man, you can't say that, man. There was none of that. Because they're racist. Oh yeah, by the way. So I had a couple of posts do very well on Instagram recently, and the blacks are in an uproar about it. And disclaimer, both my parents are black, and I think saying the blacks is hilarious. I don't care if you're upset. This post was me laughing at some white man who said they still haven't invented boots out there. And this post that was aimed at the who want to live on the plantation in 2026, saying if y'all are still going to be mad at white people for slavery, I can be mad at the who sold my ancestors. And it wasn't like it was super viral, but apparently it got the attention of Aries Plantation Pete Spears. And after running around in the fields in his bare feet, he had the time to go to his phone and send me this link of this generic ass video.
If you say black people sold their own into slavery, you're falling for a colonialist lie. Here's why. The idea that all Africans were one people is a European concept.
So this is my response. I said, all due respect, son, you don't know what you're talking about. Nobody said Africa was one place, dude. If you knew anything about me, I respect Africa as a continent with 54 countries. And since the Negroes on the plantation can't read and write so good, he sent me a voice message.
Okay, so with all that bullshit you just said, blah, 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 what does that have to do with the fact that white people for 400 years in America kidnapped, murdered, caused chaos, lynched, and destroyed black people for 400 years? How does that negate that? So you made that point to make what point? White people in America have still been responsible for 400 years of the greatest crime against humanity. How does black people selling black people negate that shit?
And this was my response. Y'all love to stay on the plantation.
Get off the fucking plantation.
But none of y'all respect work that was done in the 60s
Jesus.
and the 70s. None of y'all respect all
That
that
shit
marketing
years ago.
and legislation.
Ancient.
None of you respect the fact that things got better decade after decade until the decade that we now. America is literally not the same place. How dare
Your old ass disrespect the people and their sacrifices of the 60s and the 70s to made it to the point where your black ass can be a millionaire today. Shut your want to be a victim ass up. Jesus Christ. You want to live on a plantation.
We done been through so much so much
We wanted to move on, right?
Yeah, come on. It's hard to move on when you don't know the truth, and that's when I come in and try to give you a vision, a little insight of what we go through as black people, man.
I got it.
You don't get it. Okay. None of y'all get it.
So we got to talk about a wild interview that went off the rails after Deontay Wilder, who's a boxer, was confronted.
That's funny. That's my name. My name is Deontay. Deunta. That's amazing.
Confronted on his past fights with Tyson Fury. Now, if you guys are not familiar with the history of these individuals, this is one of the greatest trilogies ever in boxing. Deontay Wilder has failed to beat Tyson Fury. Okay, in their first fight, it was a split draw. Their second fight, you had Fury win in a 7th round, a TKO. And in their third fight, you had Tyson Fury winning by knockout in the 11th round. So at this point, it seems as if Deontay Wilder has not gotten over the fact that he
Thanks for staying with me. Thanks for staying with me.
Tyson Fury outright. Okay, and
I'm gonna play one more video and that'll be it for tonight, you guys. One more video and that'll be it. Thank you guys for staying with me. I appreciate it. Stay with me. Stay with me. Help me keep me growing. Let's grow together. Let's grow together.
he's going to storm Offset of this interview when being confronted by this while boo-hoo and crying racism, which again is fascinating. So without further ado, let's get into it.
I wanted to move you on to Tyson Fury.
I don't want to talk about him.
No, you can't.
We're here about.
No, but you're going to.
We're not going to talk about him. We're not going to talk about him at all. Understand that?
No, fair enough.
All right, then. So let's move on. It's all about Derek Chisora. That's it.
I understand that. You've called him a cheat, and it leads me
to biggest in boxing.
That's like a little bit flaky. You lost those fights. And those fights were lost. Kind of disappointing to me.
You can say what you want. I know the truth. I have the facts.
Okay.
Understand that. I risk my life for youth entertainment to see.
No, absolutely.
So why I ain't never lied about none of this business. Why is it so hard to believe a black man in a white man? Understand me?
Yeah.
Why is it so hard to believe a black man in a white man? Why is it?
It's got nothing to do with color.
This whole country got something wrong. This whole world got something to do with race. You think your life has been like mine?
Listen,
incredible, absolutely incredible, bro. Absolutely incredible. I just cannot imagine being a multi-millionaire, and we're talking about multi-millionaire boxer like Deontay Wilder, and still playing the victim card, right? You think your life has been like mine? Because you're black? Really? Because you're black. Now,
amazing.
Again, if Deontay Wilder was, poor, right? Still in the hood, whatever. I can kind of understand why he's saying what he's saying, but you're rich because you box. You have an amazing life, right? Let's be real. Despite being black. If anything, genetically speaking, right, being black probably gave him a leg up. Right? Let's keep it 100. So I don't get this, right? I really don't.
You got white privilege, brother. I ain't never had that. I'm a black man with dark skin. Ain't nothing ever been given to me. We done been through so much.
Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe.
Hey, we wanted to move on, right?
Come on. Try to give you a vision, a little insight of what we go through as black.
Leg up, right? Let's keep it 100. So I don't get this, right? I really don't.
You got white privilege, brother. I ain't never had that. I'm a black man with dark skin. Ain't nothing ever been given to me. We done been through so much.
Okay.
So much.
Okay. We wanted to move on, right?
Come on, man. Try to give you a little insight of what we go through as black people, man.
I got it.
You know, you don't get it. None of y'all get it.
Where he gave him some tissue, right? Like he about to cry.
Damn.
He passed us
You a multi-millionaire. Let me get $2.
Y'all don't get it. And that's the problem. You think you get what you don't understand.
Okay.
Why is it so hard? Man, let me get the out of here, bro. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Talking about my people and all that shit. It's hard to believe a black man and a white man. The cheated. Tell him to sue me so I can show the facts early. Because when the documentary and everything that started coming out, I'm going to show everything.
Fantastic.
I'm going to get all the people that know and all the people that's in the inside. He got people that the inside of him. I don't know about that. I said we didn't want to bring him up in the first place. It ain't got shit to do with him.
Fair enough.
The you talking about?
Yeah, man, you, man, I'm out too.
Wow. What happened there wasn't right.
He told you don't bring it up, but you
Come on. Wow.
Wow. Wow. That is crazy. That is wild. So let's read about what happened here. Both Deontay Wilder and Derek Chisora appeared on TalkSport today to discuss their officially announced April 4th fight in London. Much of the interview was pretty standard stuff, but things took a turn when Wilder was specifically asked about Tyson Fury. Wilder injected to say that he didn't want to discuss Fury at all, as the focus should be on his upcoming fight
Right.
Chisora.
Like and subscribe, everybody. Like and subscribe. Let's get to 1,000.
Wilder
One more video after this. Let's get to 1,000.
Out of the interview altogether. Wilder would insist on his position that Fury is boxing's biggest cheater, that his water bottle had been spiked, and that he was betrayed by a former trainer in Mark Breland, before sounding off on host Simon Jordan for having a difficult time taking his word as a black man over Fury's a white man. Jordan would deny that race had anything to do with it, but that simply isn't the lens Wilder sees things through, and he let that be known at a very high volume. So after Wilder berated Jordan for a few minutes with a little help and instigation from Chisora, he just couldn't dial it down enough to continue on the interview and opted to leave in the moment. Hey, I guess this is what you do when you're asked the question about, the fact that you couldn't.
CT, you back. Yeah, that shit phony, ain't it?
Which, I mean, hey, Tyson Fury he's a good boxer, right? I mean, it is what it is. But to act like that, I mean, I get that he didn't want to be asked about it, right? I get that he didn't really want to talk about it. He thinks that he was cheated, okay? That Tyson Fury cheated. And that's why he couldn't beat him outright. So I kind of get the frustration, but at the same time, playing the race card, it's like, come on, man. Really? Is this what we're doing? Is this what we're doing? You made over $100 million. $100 million. $100 million in your career. His estimated net worth is about $30 million. I don't know if that's true, but regardless, you still made over $100 million in earnings, career earnings. You've had a spectacular life, even as a black person, right? A black person growing up in the South in Alabama, right? I mean, you are the top 0.1%, 0.1%, and still crime victimhood because of your skin color. I mean, seriously. I mean, this guy has legendary punching power, right? I mean, he could, if he wanted to, if he would have got real mad, I mean, he could have done some dangerous things, right? I just couldn't imagine being born with that type of talent, right? With the type of talent that this guy got, and still seeing myself as a victim because of my skin color. I just couldn't imagine it, right? It's not something that has ever vibed with me, right? And I'm the type of person where, hey, I wasn't born with anything, genetically speaking, that would make me superior to anybody else, right? In terms of skill set, right? I like, for example, again, legendary punching power. A lot of that is genetic. It's like, you hit the genetic lottery, right? You're 6'6", 6'7", 250, 80+ inch wingspan, right? Genetic lottery. I wasn't born with any of that, and I'm still black, right? And I grew up in the South, and I don't feel like I'm a victim. And I haven't made over $100 million. Not even close. Nowhere near it, right? And I'm like, hey, I don't feel like my life has been harder than anybody else's life based off skin color or race. If anything, the older I get, the more I come to realize, okay, well, actually, being black is kind of an advantage when it comes to certain things, right? You get certain privileges and stuff like that you can get away with that you wouldn't be able to get away with as a white person, right? It is what it is. And I'm sure that there's some advantages for being white too. But my point is that it evens out. And I just don't think that anybody, should look at themselves as a victim or that, hey, my life is harder than anybody else's life because they're black. And we hear this over and over and over again from individuals claiming that my life was so hard or that I had to work 10 times as hard as a white person just because I'm black. And I'm like, is that really true? Right? Or that, hey, I have to be 10 times as good. I'm like, well, most of the people that say this, I've never heard anybody say I had to be 10 times as good as everybody else. Actually be 10 times as good as everybody else. Right? Like, have you noticed that? All of these characters that come out here and say, well, as a black person, you got to be 10 times as good. And I'm like, you're not 10 times as good as everybody else. I don't know what you're talking about, right? But you're not 10 times as good. Okay?
No.
So,
let's get there.
In the case of somebody like Deontay Wilder, you hit the genetic lottery. You were born in the United States. You're black, right? Because of your circumstances, because of, what you were born with and the work that you put in as well, too, as a boxer, right? You are able to achieve great things in this country. Why play the victim?
Thank you for the hearts. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you.
I don't want to talk about it. And if you kept pressing, you want to just say, listen, I'm just not going to answer questions about it, right? But to cry racism and to get up and to storm off, right, like that, it's just like, why? Right? Like, why? You're too accomplished. You're too successful for that, right? But hey, some people will, forever be victims. It doesn't matter how much they accomplish. Doesn't matter how much money they make, how successful they are. They will find ways to cry victimhood. It really is fascinating. But let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black Conservative perspective. Peace.
And I know there's still a lot of y'all out there that think Martin Luther King Jr. was a saint. He can do nothing wrong. Oh, Martin Luther King Jr. and then there's Jesus. In some of y'all's mind is Jesus and Martin Luther King. But here's the deal, y'all. And I know y'all ain't gonna like this, but it's the truth. From what I've read, like I said again, I was 4 when Martin Luther King Jr. died in 1968. So I never met the man, never talked to him, never had any dealings with him. Everything that I know has come from books written by other people and from FBI reports. And according to what they say, Martin Luther King Jr. was doing the Diddy freak-offs before Diddy was even born. It looks like the Diddy freak-off was invented by Martin Luther King Jr. with the stuff he was doing. I mean, orgies, 12, 20 people, beating up women, drinking, smoking, fighting. It's like the Diddy freak-off of the 1960s, right? And so you asking, why are y'all celebrating King when everybody know about his freaky behavior on one hand, but you're putting Diddy in jail on the other? I'm just talking about the hypocrisy here, y'all. All this information, y'all, I get from basically 6 sources. One is The Walls Come Tumbling Down by Ralph Abernathy. The other one is Bearing the Cross by David Garrow, and also a PCD in the Standpoint magazine. The other one is Parting the Waters by Taylor Branch. Taylor Branch is a Democrat. He is Bill Clinton's roommate at Yale. Jackie Kennedy's memoirs. King by Jonathan E. It came out last year. And then the FBI reports. Y'all, this is a terrible situation. But we have to know it so we can understand why the Black community is still in such bad shape after this man. Let me tell you how bad King was. All right. One of these no good preachers that he used to hang out with, he used to run the streets with and have orgies with, was C.L. Franklin. C.L. Franklin is Aretha Franklin's father. He lived in Detroit. C.L. Franklin.
Thanks for staying with me. Hope you guys like this. It's crazy facts. Let's check it out.
Was no good sucker, man. He got a girl pregnant in his congregation when he was 12 years. The girl was 12 years old. C.L. Franklin was a grown man in his 30s or 40s. 12-year-old girl pregnant. That shows you what type of man C.L. Franklin was. That's the type of guys that King hung out with. Well, C.L. Franklin had a girlfriend that sang with the, her name was Clara Ward. She sung with the Clara Ward singers. And the Clara Ward singers were good. They were on Ed Sullivan and all that. They could really sing. Well, they said that C.L. and Clara Ward were item. C.L. used to whoop her and slap her around and do all kinds of, I mean, they fighting all the time. According to the people on the street. But guess what King was doing with Sarah Ward? Come to find out that Sarah Ward, I don't know if she's bisexual or she was just straight up lesbian. I mean, I guess since she's messing with C.L. Franklin, she had to be bisexual. But would take his best friend's girlfriend, Clara Ward, and King wouldn't take her to have sex with her. He would take Clara Ward with him, and Clara Ward and him would get prostitutes, and then they would run trains on prostitutes. How do we know this? Well, in Standpoint Magazine, David Garrow had read these FBI reports about King, and it talked about this this rendezvous that King and Clara Ward had with this prostitute by the name of Gail. Now, if y'all want to read this report, it's Standpoint Magazine. Just put in MLK, Standpoint Magazine. You'll see the whole thing. It shows up, and I'm telling you, it's graphic. It's just graphic. So Gail is a prostitute, white prostitute. You know, prostitutes done seen some things. The story says that Gail goes down and that Clara Ward goes down and finds Gail. Tells her to come up to the hotel room with her. Martin Luther King Jr. comes down and meets Gail, calls one of his preacher friends and say, "Hey man, I got this beautiful white girl. Come on, let's have some fun."
Damn.
So Martin Luther King Jr., Gail, and this other preacher, Martin Luther King Jr., Clara Ward, and the other preacher, and Gail meet up in this hotel room. Gail tells the FBI it's the worst orgy she had ever been involved in her life. I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to tell you everything that they did. If you want to read it, get Standpoint Magazine and read it for yourself. But it is graphic and it is horrible. When it was over with, Martin Luther King told her, "I might need to call you again and get you alone because so that Clara Ward won't have to share you with Clara." According to Gail, they called her back, wanted her to come back and do some dirty with them again. And an amazing thing happened. Gail said no. A prostitute said no to a trick.
Damn.
That's how bad these jokers were. Ralph Abernathy said that in his book, "In the Wall Came Something Down," he said the night of the mountaintop speech in Memphis, the night before King got killed, he said that the official story was after the speech, they went to Reverend Benjamin Hooks' house. Ben Hooks is a black minister in Memphis, Tennessee, and he was affiliated with the NAACP for a long time. And the official story was they had gone to Ben Hooks' house. But Ralph Abernathy said that was a lie. They went to this woman's house, and King slept with this woman at her house while Ralph Abernathy slept on the couch. Then when King got up, they went to Lorraine Motel, and that's where they met this lady by the name of Georgia Powers. Miss Powers was the first black woman elected to the Kentucky Senate. She admits to it that she and King got down that night at Lorraine Motel.
Damn.
Well, King had a girlfriend by the name of Dorothy Cotton. They called her his second wife.
And Ralph didn't call her name in the book, but it was affirmed later on in another magazine. This young black man interviewed Dorothy Cotton, and she admitted that she was King's girlfriend, and that she was the woman that Dr. King beat up that night at Lorraine Motel. So Ralph said that Dorothy Cotton, Ralph didn't say it, but Ralph said that the woman who was Dorothy Cotton was angry because she found out about King's shenanigans that night. She confronted King on it, and that King basically beat the hell out of that night at Lorraine Motel. Just whooped her. She left and drove back to Atlanta until she heard that he was assassinated. What's my point here? Well, from what Ralph said, King beat up Dorothy Cotton like P. did it, beat up Cassie at the hotel. Now I'm looking at all this, and all of this is basically documented, and King has got a monument and a holiday, but they locked Diddy up. So I'm trying to figure out if King got a monument and a holiday, why they give Diddy a monument and a holiday? It makes sense. It matches out. It balances, right? Well, if Diddy don't get a monument and a holiday, why should King have one? They did the same thing. Whooping women, orgies, alcohol, fighting, all kind of ignorant stuff. Hell, I believe that Diddy might be Dr. King's outside child or something. They so much alike. But people are going to try to explain away the crimes of this man. So people ask questions. Well, Vince Elder, how come you believe the FBI? The FBI hate Dr. King, they hate black people, and J. Edgar Hoover showed up hated black people. I'm going to tell you why. I don't believe that. The left hates J. Edgar Hoover because J. Edgar Hoover put a lot of their affiliates in jail. And he destroyed the Communist Party in the United States of America and all these leftists that belong to it. And they hate it. In order to rehabilitate themselves and rehabilitate people like the Black Panthers and SCLC and all of that, they got to turn down Hoover. But here's the thing, what they did was wrong and illegal. Nobody's going to jail for it. Nobody. And all the stuff that Hoover had on King, it did not get out. He never released it. Well, Hoover tried to release it, but wouldn't nobody print it. Man, are you crazy? You trying to tell me that Hoover was going to have all kind of sex tapes and stuff on King, and that he couldn't take that stuff down to a newspaper in Birmingham, Alabama, and tell them to print it? Man, they hated King in Birmingham. In Jackson, Mississippi would have printed it. We'd been glad to print it. Happy. Put it on the front page. Put it on a billboard. I wasn't trying to take King out there, protecting King. He was in the White House more than the First Lady. This is a myth. That Hoover tried to get this printed and nobody would print it. Nobody would print it. You don't think they would have printed it in a newspaper in Georgia? Or Tennessee? Now you gotta be out of your mind. You live in a fairy world. That stuff didn't get out till Hoover died. And I'm gonna tell you how it got out. It was the night of the Joe Frazier Muhammad Ali fight. Fight of the century. Everybody in the world was watching that fight. And these bunch of liberals broke into FBI headquarters in Media, Pennsylvania. And when they broke into the headquarters, they got the COINTELPRO files. Nobody ever heard of COINTELPRO. It was a counterintelligence against all the black crazy militants back in those days. And in it, they found all this FBI stuff on King. And these idiots were the ones that took it to the Washington Post and the New York Times.
That shit crazy about King, y'all. It's real crazy. I don't know.
It was them. It was a bunch of stupid liberals. They broke into the FBI headquarters March 8, 1971 in Media, Pennsylvania, and stole the FBI documents and turned them over to the New York Times and the Washington Post. And then all the King's mess came out because of the liberals. Also, they had this group called the Revolutionary Action Movement, RAM. Maxwell Stanford was over it. These cats were from up north, and they hated the civil rights movement. Their plan was to go and kill all of them. King, Whitney Young, all the guys,
Whitney Young.
NAACP, Roy Wilkins. Yeah, they're going to kill them. They had set the plan and everything. But guess what happened, y'all? J. Edgar Hoover had infiltrated RAM and found out they was going to kill all these guys. And what did Hoover do? He put a stop to it. He arrested most of them. The rest of them ran out of the country and went into exile. And if he had hated the civil rights movement, what would Hoover have done? Hoover would have simply let Ram go in and kill all these black folks. Then he would have arrested Ram and said, look at this right here. Black folks killing black folks. Ain't this a shame?
It's a shame, man.
And he could have just let it all happen, covered it up, would have been nothing. Instead, Hoover stops it. Now, if he hated the civil rights movement and he hated King and he hated Roy Wilkins and he hated Whitney Young, why wouldn't he have allowed that to just go down? See what happens when you use just a little bit of logic.
Right, just use logic.
King was protected. King was a company man. They kept all this stuff silent. And when you go to King's monument, you check it out and look at it. You'll see him being a reverend, nowhere on it. You'll see him being over the Southern Christian Leadership Conference is nowhere on it. Why? Because Christian is in it. You see that even though he claimed to be a preacher, God is not mentioned anywhere on the monument. Nowhere. Y'all, that is not a mistake. That's a confession. I remember when the monument went up, there was a kerfuffle because the quote on the monument about him being a drum major for justice or something like that was quoted wrong. Maya Angelou didn't like it. He called Barack Obama. Said that they need to
like and subscribe, everybody. Like and subscribe.
Barack Obama called the guy that was over parliamentarian to say he wanted the quote changed. They went up there and instructed, put the proper quote on. That was that. Why didn't the preachers do that when it came down to no mention of God being on the monument? Or the fact he wasn't a reverend mentioned on the monument? Because they know who he is too. They know it. King, first recipient of the Margaret Sanger Award, 1966. Did you know that? Yeah, set up abortion clinics all over America. King excommunicated from the Black Church in 1961 for starting a fist fight on the floor trying to take over the National Baptist Convention and getting a preacher killed. A.G. Wright was killed on the floor during the fight.
Damn.
And King was excommunicated from the Black Church. Yeah, he was excommunicated from the church. King, the guy that put in the man-out clause in welfare. They made sure the black father was kicked out of the house and destroyed the black family. Yeah. King, the guy that they say plagiarized his doctorate from Boston University. So he's a fake doctor. And you know what? Nobody in America would print it. So they had to print it overseas in Great Britain. Same as the Standpoint Magazine thing. America has to maintain the lie. King, the guy who now they say, if you look at his papers at Stanford, didn't believe in the virgin birth, didn't believe in the deity of Christ, didn't believe in the resurrection, didn't believe in heaven or hell, then you can't be a Christian. So he's a fake doctor, he's a fake Christian, fake reverend, and a traitor. And that's who they gave black Americans to celebrate. So if you want to see the contempt that the Democrats have for black Americans,
like and subscribe, everybody. Like and subscribe. Let's get to 1,000.
As I told you again, the Democratic Party is a party of perverts, liars, and psychopaths and anti-Christian bigots. It looks like Dr. King was all three. And at the last...
Once again, this is the last video right here. I appreciate you guys staying with me. Stay with me, stay with me. Make sure you guys get the notification on and also subscribe. Thank you so much. Let's play this last video. right here.
Part, if you want to look at it, you look at the condition of black people. The people he was supposed to have saved at the bottom of every socioeconomic statistic in the industrialized world. Last in education. First in crime. Economic system destroyed. Poverty. We're at the top of everything that's bad, the bottom of everything that's good. Nevertheless, he's celebrated. You know why? Because he keeps black people exactly where they're supposed to be, subordinate and begging. So, they should stop calling these things Diddy freak-offs and call them King Diddy freak-offs. Because I think that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. invented the Diddy freak-off. They're one and the same. So the Democrats now, I wouldn't doubt it, probably within the next year or two, going to probably give Diddy a monument. Try to give him a holiday. Because they're a bunch of freaking freaks, man. They're crazy.
Crazy.
And no matter what you tell them about this, they go, I don't want to hear. Well, my job is to give you the information. If you don't like it, that's your problem. Well, I'm going to keep giving it. And I'm going to tell you this right here. A man that would do those types of things, and a lot of people say, I don't believe the FBI. I don't believe the FBI tape. I think the FBI is lying. Okay, my question to you is, if they're telling the truth, then what? No. You say you don't believe it. Okay, well, suppose you find out it's true. What you going to do then? Because they're supposed to release those tapes in 2027, y'all. That's 2 years from now. And as David Garrow said, there's going to be a reckoning. And a lot of people are going to be embarrassed. A lot of people have to have their comeuppance to see who we've been celebrating. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. A lot of people are going to have a lot of explaining to do. Because there's some things that I know that I really wish I could share with you right now. Because it gets worse when it comes down to King. You said it can't get worse. It gets worse. Hold on to your horses. People, the only way that we can go forward here in this country and do better.
What's up?
Know the truth about why we're stuck in the mud and why we're going any further. Just having a diagnosis from a doctor.
What's up, Ayoni? How you doing?
You can't get.
You in the chat? I was gonna end the video right here, but I'll do another one since you're in the chat. Let's do it.
Wait, you can't get your strength back. You don't have any appetite. The doctor comes to you and says, "Okay, let me do some tests. This is the reason. And if I take this out of your body, you'll be fine." Thing here. Black people at the bottom of everything.
Almost at 1,000 subscribers. Trying to get the subscribers up.
Why? I've just told you. We're following apostate people with apostate ideas that went to the Karl Marx School of Economics that know nothing about economics. They know nothing about how to maintain a culture. All they.
This is Vince Ellison. He be breaking stuff down about Dr. King, Malcolm X, all the old stuff, all the old school stuff in the 60s. He be coming some receipts.
Know about is getting free stuff and having Diddy freak-offs. That's what they know. We're better than that. And I think that our younger generation is going to demand a change. I know this is tough medicine. I know it's difficult for you to contemplate this. This is why only the brave and only the smartest of us can deal with it. But I told you before that I am here to wake you up. Hope I did you some good today. So join me tomorrow for another edition of the Vince Everett Ellison Show. All right, friends, Vince Everett Ellison is here. I want you to go to my website.
So I came across this video that I found super interesting. It's not super long, right? But It goes to show how much propaganda is actually out there. Like, it is absolutely wild. This guy just goes down the list debunking like a bunch of propaganda that the left has attempted to run with. And, this is what we're up against on a daily basis. And obviously, there are days and times where I come on here and I start debunking things, but it's so much stuff out there, I can't debunk everything, right? Or at least if I did, it'd have to be like a little short debunking and move on to the next one, because it is just a non-stop assault on the American population. Just propaganda from the Democrat Party. That's all it is. And of course, they're doing it for power and control, trying to play on people's emotions, but we know that. So anyway, I want to jump into this clip.
I figure you would. I figure you would.
Because this is some crazy stuff, man. Brace yourself. Let's jump into it.
Now listen, I'm about to waterboard you with this. If you do not believe you're in the middle of a propaganda war, I love you, and you can be as mad at me as you want. You're wrong. Okay? So listen, I'm going to rapid fire these. Here we go. Right here, number one. No, this is not a picture of an 8-year-old girl who died in ICE custody under the Trump administration's heartless dictatorship. It happened in 2023, as reported by the New York Times under the Biden administration. But now it's getting millions of views.
Hold on, I want to go back to that. Danae Reyes Alvarez died in government custody. She had sickle cell and a congenital heart disease, but couldn't access timely and adequate medical care. Senate Judiciary Democrats. That's who posted this. The Senate Judiciary Democrats. And then Shannon Watts posted abolish ICE. Goodness gracious.
An 8-year-old girl who died in ICE custody under the Trump administration's heartless dictatorship. It happened in 2023, as reported by the New York Times under the Biden administration. But now it's getting millions of views and being labeled as happening now. Number two, no, this is not a photo of a 5-year-old put in a cage because of the current administration calls people illegal. Nope. Snopes reports after millions of views, it was discovered that was a photo.
So come on, laughing. It's hilarious, ain't it?
Dallas City Hall. The parents brought the kid to the protest. He was in the cage for about 30 seconds and he cried because he couldn't figure out how to get out. Number three, no, this is not a video of ICE agents, quote unquote, drive-by macing people for no reason. That went mega viral.
Hold on. I've been sent video from the end of the ICE raids at the Zips on 32nd and Chia. It shows protesters on the sidewalk impeding no one, getting drive-by maced by an ICE agent from a truck as it rolls down the road. Hard to see how such tactics are justified. That's what this person posted.
Viral. I watched the entire video myself. They were throwing things at law enforcement vehicles, and the guy maced the guy that was throwing things at law enforcement vehicles. Number four, no, this is not a picture of a woman whose hand was shot off by ICE agents firing rounds at mourners.
Oh yeah, I remember this. I think she picked up like a flashbang.
Yeah, picked a flashbang and blew their hand. Blew up in their hands. Fucking idiot.
Actually, no, I think this is a guy. Actually, hold on.
As was claimed.
It was a guy, not a woman. It was a guy.
Nope, she was rioting and obstructing law enforcement, and as you
Everybody
can see right
wrong.
here, she picked up a flashbang before it detonated and injured her own hand, blew part of it off.
Yeah, okay, so that's what it was.
It was a guy.
I could have sworn I saw a video clip that
Said it was a guy.
said that this might have been a guy. But anyway, either way, this person picked up a flashbang, thought it would be a great idea, and it went off in their hand. And then this person posted, ICE fired less than lethal rounds at an Alex Purdy memorial and severely injured an American Indian woman's hand. Let that sink in. They used impact munitions on people mourning the man they killed. This is state violence. What? They let out a flashbang and this chick picked it up. Like, you don't pick that
Don't
stuff
pick
up.
up stuff like that.
What? Goodness gracious, man. Goodness gracious. You see what I mean by how much propaganda we're actually being fed? Yeah. Crazy work.
As was
Why
claimed,
not?
and it got millions of views.
I'm a YouTuber.
She was rioting and obstructing law enforcement, and as you can see right here, she picked up a flashbang before it detonated and injured her own hand, blew part of it off. Next one. No, this is not a picture of a 5-year-old boy arrested by ICE. As reported, the boy's father abandoned him while he was fleeing arrest. That is a picture of ICE agents following protocol and not leaving a 5-year-old alone in freezing weather out on the street.
Yeah, that was actually recently.
That's crazy.
Like over the past couple of weeks or so. This is a news article. ICE detains 5-year-old Minnesota boy as he came home. What? So even like, of course, we know this is lying. You know, they lie all the time. But yeah, this is a news article.
As reported, the boy's father
That's crazy, y'all.
abandoned him while he was fleeing arrest. That is a picture of ICE agents following protocol and not leaving a 5-year-old alone in freezing weather out on the street.
And of course, it's a situation of you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If ICE just left the kid out there, just, you know, if ICE just left the kid alone,
Right.
didn't bother
If
him,
it's misuse.
they got his dad and ICE left, then everybody's like, oh,
Thank you. Trying to get to 1,000 and beyond. Thank you, guys.
Going by himself. But then since they held him to keep him safe, it's a problem if they do that too. Goodness gracious. You can't make this stuff up, man.
Next one. No, this is not a picture of a baby that was tear gassed by ICE while his parents were on their way to a basketball game.
A baby was hospitalized after being tear gassed by ICE. The family was not illegal and not even protesting, just driving home from their son's basketball game. Can't be reformed. Time to abolish ICE. This is... You guys probably recognize this name. Shri Thanedar. Congressman Shri Thanedar. Yeah, the guy from, I believe he's from Detroit area. Congressman, you know, the guy that killed all the Beagles. Allegedly, of course, allegedly.
And go to the next picture. You can literally see in video uncovered later. His parents lied. They're on video at a violent protest, and they left their baby alone in a car for 45 minutes at a riot that they helped cause, and they forced tear gas to be deployed. Next one. This is not a picture of an innocent restaurant worker being arrested by heartless ICE agents. As you can see right here, it is a picture of an illegal child rapist who fled into a restaurant to avoid
Nasty
arrest.
bastard.
He seems to have a knife in his hand, if you look closely. Next one. This is not a picture of ICE ripping a disabled woman from her car while she was screaming that she was trying to get to the doctor, as was claimed and seen by millions of people. I watched the entire video. She was intentionally obstructing ICE officers by blocking a road. She was asked by 4 different ICE officers to move. She did not comply, and so they were forced to remove her from her vehicle. Next one. This is not a picture of a mother whose son was gunned down for no reason. Nope. Actually, it was discovered this kid was firing an AR-style rifle into the air in the middle of an apartment complex. He was asked to stop by law enforcement, who self-identified as law enforcement.
Tree, how you been?
Comply, he is reported as turning his firearm on the ICE agent and firing a shot in the agent's direction. In fact, the kid's dad admitted in a video interview that I watched that his son was doing something illegal with a gun, and he knew that it was illegal.
Jeez. And of course, ICE are the bad guys, right? ICE are the bad guys. This guy's just firing off rounds and ended up allegedly sending one in an ICE agent's direction because ICE reacted to it. You know, they protected themselves. ICE is all of a sudden the bad folks. Man, we got. And here's the other thing too. We got to start telling people the truth. Y'all ever saw, you know, where an individual unfortunately passed away for whatever reason, and the individual's parents are like, it was such a good kid, it was such a great, you know, and deep down, you know, that person was a demon. That person was a terror to the community. You know, whenever you saw that person, you knew trouble was following. Right? We got to start telling people the truth. Like, bro, no, your son was not a saint. Your son was not an angel. Your son was not nice.
Nope.
It was actually the complete opposite. That mother lover was a demon. Okay? He allegedly pine boxed two other people, you know, a couple of years back. Whenever he came around, everybody left because you know it was some trouble. Your son was not a nice guy. But of course, you know, people, yeah, your son was so amazing. Like, bro, no, he was not. We got to start telling people the truth. I know it's a tragic situation when anybody loses their life, but
Yes, it is. It's very tragic.
Yeah, we got to stop that because it's creating stuff like what you just saw there. The man allegedly shot in ISIS direction, but he's the saint and ISIS is the devil somehow, some kind of way. I don't know. Tell people the truth, man. Tell them the truth.
Next one. No, that is not an innocent man. This right here. There was not an innocent man that was shot for no reason by ICE agents in Arizona. Next one. Actually, even the Associated Press reports the guy was firing rounds at law enforcement helicopters and law enforcement individuals, and they returned defensive fire. Next one. No, this is not a picture of a federal agent, quote unquote, terrorizing an innocent observer by pointing a gun at his face. Nope. If you go watch the video, I took these screenshots. The guy was obstructing law enforcement on purpose. He initiated contact with the law enforcement agent and pulled the gun, tried to pull it out of his hands. Then the muzzle of what appears to be a gun briefly flashes in front of his face because he pulled it out of the agent's hands, and it was pepper spray. It was not a rifle. Next one. No, this is not a New Yorker article about a quote-unquote innocent Jamaican U.S. citizen who was shackled and deported for no reason. Whoopsie-daisy. He had multiple felonies, including armed robbery and murder. I repeat, murder. So
That's
his
insane.
citizenship was revoked and law enforcement was carrying out the warrant for his arrest. Next one.
Thank you.
This is some crazy stuff, man. This is some crazy stuff, and that's why I said I wanted to check this out with you all because man, is this stuff wild? Absolutely wild. The number of things that I believe his name is Josh Howerton. Howerton. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm probably absolutely butchering it, but matter of fact, let me throw him up on the screen. Let me double check, make sure this is actually his profile. Yeah, this is him. So shout out to Josh. This is his X account right here. Pause it if you need to. Apparently he's a pastor. Wow, okay. At Lake Point Church. Nice. Lake Point, Dallas, Texas. Shout out to Josh Howerton. Give him a follow real quick. There we go. Yes, sir. All right. So, yeah, like I said, pause it if you need to. Give him a follow. Let him know I sent you. All right? Let him know I sent you. But, yeah, man, this is just absolutely wild stuff to see and hear. And that's just one guy, right? Just sitting down and just rattling off over the course of that. I mean, that lasted 4.5 minutes right there. And how many things did he just debunk? I mean, just like that. I mean, a constant bombardment of just lies and BS, right? All to manipulate the American population
That's crazy.
Power. That is it. That is all. Because Democrats know, right? Democrat politicians know and understand if they told the truth, they never win. They would never win ever. That's one of the things that's also mind-boggling to me, like how or why they continue on with these silly policies. But man, I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyway, I just wanted to share that with you all. I just thought it was super, super interesting.
All right, you guys. I'm gonna cut it. I've been on probably about like 4 hours. Thank you guys. Stay with me. Grow with me. I'll grow with you guys. Thank you so much. Trying to get to 1,000 and beyond.